Chapter 83. The man in white came from the clan of the remote antiquity, the Jiang family. His name was Jiang Yifei. As his name suggested, he was as handsome as jade. His white clothes were whiter than snow. He didn't say much about Jiang Zhe's past, but he still learned a lot of useful information. Uncle Jiang's father, Jiang Zhe, left the Jiang family years ago and never returned. There was an unknown past that seemed to be related to the family head's bloodline. Old Master Jiang Zhe had great achievements. How could he have passed away 50 years ago? This was something that Jiang Yifei did not understand. He coughed up a lot of blood when he passed away. Uncle Jiang didn't feel too sad when he mentioned the past. Some things would fade away with the passage of time. I see. Jiang Yifei didn't say much and just nodded. He seemed to understand the hidden story. The beautiful girl next to him was called Jiang Kaixian. She had a graceful figure, a slender neck, and a beautiful face. As a young lady of the Jiang family, her temperament gave people a feeling that she was unattainable. However, she liked little Tingting very much and didn't put on any arrogant airs. She held little Tingting's hand and asked this and that from time to time. Her tone was very gentle. The arrogant young man was called Jiang Yichen. Although he knew the identity of Uncle Jiang and little Tingting, he wasn't very enthusiastic and still looked cool. Jiang Kaixian stepped forward and said with a clear and pleasant voice, "Old man, please come back to the Jiang family with us. My grandpa said that the Jiang family is sorry for your bloodline. We must find you and invite you back no matter what." "Forget it. I don't understand what you said. Your lives are too far away from mine. We are people from two different worlds. I'm used to everything here." Uncle Jiang was an ordinary old man. He had lived for so long and experienced so many things. He felt that he couldn't integrate into such a family, so he declined politely. "Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for Tingting. She is a little princess in the clouds and shouldn't be bullied. She needs another kind of life." Jiang Kaixian talked about little Tingting's future and persuaded the old man, "Please come back with us." The elders in the family hope that Jiang Zhe's bloodline will return to the Jiang family. "Take Tingting away. I'm used to the life here and don't want to go anywhere else." Little Tingting immediately hugged the old man's arm and said, "I will be with Grandpa. Wherever Grandpa is, Tingting will be there." At this moment, Jiang Yifei revealed a gentle smile. He seemed to like little Tingting very much. He rubbed little Tingting's head and said, "The sky here is too small." Jiang Yifei was a smart man. He knew that persuading Uncle Jiang this way wouldn't be of much use. Only by letting him see the transcendence of the Jiang family might he be able to change the old man's mind. He stood up and said, "Let's go to the Li clan first." His words were very calm, but they seemed to contain a strange magic. The mutant beasts outside all roared, and a bloody aura spread out. All of the knights exploded out with powerful battle intent. Jiang Yifei's expression was calm and composed. The golden divine Ho followed closely behind him. He slowed down his pace and walked side by side with Uncle Jiang. Everyone else followed behind when they saw this. No one rode on their beasts, but walked toward the Li family. Little Tingting anxiously pulled the old man and Yifan's hands. Being protected by everyone like stars around the moon made her feel uneasy. At this moment, Jiang Yifei and Jiang Kaixian were walking side by side with them. However, they were only standing on the left and not in the middle. Everyone on the street was very surprised to see Uncle Jiang and little Tingting being protected like this. Many people were trembling with fear and retreated to the sides of the street in fear of those beasts. What's going on? Does old man Jiang know these people? Look at those mutant beasts. Their feet don't touch the ground. I'm afraid they can even fly. How can old man Jiang know these people? The bitter old man Jiang finally changed for the better. Good people will always be rewarded. This time, the Li family is in big trouble. They seem to be walking toward the Li family. Great. After so many years of anticipation, someone is finally going to deal with the Li family. More and more people gathered on both sides of the street. Although everyone was very afraid and didn't dare to move forward, they still revealed excited expressions. They followed from afar and moved toward the Li family. When Uncle Jiang arrived at the gate of the Li family, he was a little hesitant. Seeing this, Jiang Yifei helped him up the stairs and said, "Not to mention a small Li family, even the palace of the most powerful country in the Eastern Barren Territory can't stop us." Bang! In front of them, a pair of vermilion doors suddenly collapsed as if a huge hammer had smashed on them. Inside, there was a commotion, and curses could be heard from the gatehouse. Who did this? How dare you come to the Li family and behave atrociously? You're really looking for death. Soon, more than 10 people rushed out, all of them fierce. However, when they saw more than 10 beasts, they were instantly stunned. They swallowed all the curses and were tongue-tied. The ferocious look on their faces disappeared, and they became fearful and uneasy as they quickly ran back. Look at your cowardly faces. What are you afraid of? There are cultivators in our Li family. After a steward received the report, he walked out cursing and said, "Damn it, who ate the guts of a leopard and dared to cause trouble in the Li family? Don't they know that many celestial masters are temporarily staying here? Bad guy." As soon as that steward walked out, little Ting Ting immediately took a few steps back. It was obvious that she was a little afraid of this person. You. After that steward walked out, he was also afraid. Golden Divine Ho, 5 colored mutant beasts, divine deer with vertical eyes, he had never seen or heard of such things. He was immediately stunned. This is a bad guy? Yes, he brought people to rob our restaurant and beat Grandpa until he vomited blood. This kind of thing was said by little Ting Ting with such childish words, it made people feel even more angry. Jiang Yifei waved his hand, and immediately, a knight came forward and forced his way towards that steward. "You, what do you want to do? This is the Li family, and there are several celestial masters inside. You are not allowed to behave atrociously." He shouted loudly and kept on retreating. "Don't make a move here, so as not to scare the child." Jiang Yifei was meticulous and was afraid that a bloody scene would scare little Ting Ting. Yes. The armored knight grabbed the steward by the collar and tossed him out. There was a flash of green light, and the other knight rode a wild beast into the air, carrying the steward out of the town in the blink of an eye. Heavens, it can fly. It can really fly in the sky. That beast can actually run in the sky, it's too unbelievable. In the distance, the surrounding commoners all revealed expressions of shock. Their mouths were wide open, and their faces were full of astonishment. Little Ting Ting's mouth also formed an O shape. She tiptoed and looked into the distant sky. Jiang Kaixian revealed a smile, squatted down, and said, "Do you want to have such a precious beast that can fly in the sky every day?" Little Ting Ting was about to nod subconsciously, but she quickly thought of something and hugged the old man's arm tightly. She shook her head and said, "I want to be with Grandpa." Jiang Kaixian didn't expect little Ting Ting to see through her intentions, so she didn't continue to tempt and persuade her. Not long after, a green shadow appeared in the sky. The knight that left rushed back on his strange beast and landed. A lock of hair was wrapped around his hand, and there were specks of blood on it. At the side, Yi Fan was very surprised. The Jiang family's knights seemed to be very powerful, and their strength was hard to estimate. He could feel a surging battle strength from them. The crowd continued to walk inside, and the surrounding commoners followed behind. They wanted to see the Li family's villains being taken care of with their own eyes. Who broke into my Li family and caused trouble? At this moment, a few middle-aged men and a few old men dressed in silks and satins walked out. Their faces were filled with anger. "Old man Jiang, it's you?" It was obvious that they didn't understand the situation. When they saw Uncle Jiang in the courtyard, they immediately shouted, "Who allowed you to come in? Get out. Second master, lower your voice. What are those behind you?" A servant reminded him in a low voice. Only then did the servant notice the strange beasts outside the gate. He immediately panicked and retreated in fear. He said, "Hurry up and ask those immortal masters to come out." Jiang Caishuan's pretty face revealed a cold expression. She said, "A small family with only a few people who know a little bit about cultivation dares to bully the weak and prey on the villagers. They really don't know the meaning of death." She gently waved her hand, and everyone flew out like fallen leaves. They hit the wall and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. These were all important figures of the Li family, and they screamed in pain. With a flash of light, two figures rushed out and came to the front yard. They were the two people from the Li family who knew how to cultivate. When they saw the situation in front of them, their expressions changed. "Friend, who are you? What have we done to offend you? Why did you break into our Li family and hurt our people?" The two people were around 27 or 28 years old. They were shocked and angry, but they didn't dare to act out. "You don't deserve to know." Jiang Caishuan sneered. Jiang Yifei calmly asked, "Did you kill Tingting's parents?" "You? What are you talking about? Don't slander us." The two people's expressions changed drastically. They felt a chill in their hearts when they saw Uncle Jiang in the center of the crowd. "Who are you saying is slandering us?" A knight walked out with a gaze as sharp as a knife. He appeared in front of them like a ray of light and slapped the two people away. Two bloody palm prints appeared on the faces of the two people from the Li family, and they instantly swelled up. They were shocked and angry at the same time. They covered their faces and retreated, saying, "Friend, you can't go too far. We are disciples of the Mist Cave. Several immortal masters are overseeing our mansion." "Immortal masters? How arrogant. We are going to the Mist Cave. Let the immortal masters you speak of lead the way." Chapter 84. How arrogant of you. The two cultivators from the Li family had ugly expressions on their faces. You want to start a war between sects? A war between sects? Are you qualified? I'm afraid you're not qualified at all." The armored knight's voice was cold. Good. 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 You have guts, but I don't know if you can walk out of the Yen lands." The two cultivators from the Li family had gloomy expressions, a cold glint in their eyes. They thought quickly, ready to provoke the anger of the elders of the Misty Paradise. "Do you think you can keep us in the Yen lands with just you?" That knight sneered and said, "With trash like you, even if there were 80,000 of you, it wouldn't be enough. You." The cultivators from the Li family felt humiliated, but at the same time, they were shocked. They felt that the other party seemed to have a great background, or else how could he dare to speak so arrogantly? But they had no way out. They had to tie the Li family and the Misty Paradise together in order to have a chance of destroying the other party. They gritted their teeth. "Since you don't care about the Misty Paradise, I will report the truth. The elders of the sect will naturally let you know the immensity of heaven and earth. You don't deserve it." The knight only took a step forward. He didn't even make a move, but the two from the Li family flew out like scarecrows, slamming heavily into the wall. Their bones cracked, and blood flowed from their mouths, noses, and ears. "You." Most of the bones in their bodies were broken, and they stuck to the wall like mud, their eyes full of fear. Under Jiang Yifei's signal, the knight didn't kill them. He still had questions for the two. "Did you kill Tingting's parents?" Jiang Yifei's tone was still very calm, but when it reached the ears of the two from the Li family, it was like thunder. The calm man in white before them made them feel like they had to look up to a mountain. "We said, who is so arrogant that he doesn't even care about the Misty Paradise?" At this moment, a middle-aged man strode into the front yard. When he saw the dozens of strange beasts, his expression changed. "What do you want? Why did you destroy the disciples of the Misty Paradise?" "Just to get rid of evil." A knight stepped forward and blocked his way. "What do you mean? Could it be that my Misty Paradise is the so-called evil?" The middle-aged man shouted. The knight replied indifferently, "I don't know if the Misty Paradise is evil or not, but these two are villains who have taken lives. This is only your side of the story. How can you act so arbitrarily before the matter is investigated clearly? Furthermore, this is a disciple of my Mist Cave. If he's in the wrong, it's naturally up to us to deal with him. It's not up to you outsiders. Jiang Yifei's expression was calm, but his tone was somewhat cold. They have been doing evil for many years, and I have never seen your mist cave punish them. Now, they want to absolve themselves of their crimes and try to protect them. It seems that I really need to pay a visit to the mist cave and demand an explanation. What an arrogant tone. What do you take my misty sky grotto for? You have to pay the price for your words. The middle-aged man stared coldly at the person in front of him. Jiang Yifei sneered and said, "Is the mist grotto very powerful? It's a pity that I've never heard of it before. I must go and have a good look at it later." "How dare you be so arrogant?" The middle-aged man said coldly, "The mist cave is one of the 6 sects of the Yen land. If you insist on causing trouble, a war between sects is inevitable." Jiang Yifei shook his head and said, "The eastern wilderness is vast and boundless. It's hard to count how many countries there are. The Yen kingdom is just a small place. I've never heard of any sects here. So arrogant. I want to see how strong you are." The middle-aged man rode a rainbow and rushed into the air. He opened his mouth and spat out a purple-gold shield and a blood-red spear. The roar of a savage beast rang out, and a knight riding on a strange beast soared into the sky like a streak of green light. "Ah!" The middle-aged cultivator from the misty paradise let out a blood-curdling scream on the spot. The purple-gold shield was instantly cut in half, and the blood-red spear was also broken in half. His chest and abdomen were almost completely cut open, and he fell on the spot, blood gurgling out. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been dead by now. The physique of a cultivator was exceptionally strong. He quickly stopped the bleeding and stabilized his injury. His face was extremely pale as he retreated to the side. Yi Fan was deeply shocked. He felt that these knights were all extraordinary. They were much stronger than the people from the Ji clan and the Yaoguang sacred land he met in the demon god tomb. At this moment, the immortal masters who heard the commotion could not help but walk out from the backyard. "Who are you?" One of the elders frowned. He had heard the words of the people in the front yard just now. These people did not take the mist cave seriously at all, which made him very angry and uncomfortable. "Please lead the way and lead us to the mist cave." Jiang Caishuan's beautiful face had a trace of a sneer. She said, "Please." The people from the mist cave changed their expressions. One of them said, "So young, yet so arrogant. Didn't your masters teach you to respect your masters?" Jiang Kaishian said coldly, "The disciples you taught harmed people's lives, bullied widows and orphans, and forced people in their 70s into a corner. What right do you have to talk about the masters? You don't have that qualification. What proof do you have? They have already admitted it." The elder in the middle frowned and said, "Let's not talk about whether they were tortured by you. Even if they really did something evil, it is not your turn to deal with them. My mist cave has its own rules to deal with them. Deal with them yourself? For more than 2 years, the dead have not died in peace. The murderers are still at large and continue to persecute widows and orphans. Is this your sect's rule?" Jiang Kaishian sympathized with little Ting Ting. At this point, her pretty face was covered with frost. She said, "Until now, you are still thinking of ways to absolve and protect them. You are really worthy of being their masters. Birds of a feather flock together. You." The elder in the lead immediately raised his eyebrows, but he did not dare to make a move on the spot because the opponent's formation was too terrifying. Just the golden divine Ho alone made him extremely fearful. At this moment, Jiang Yifei said, "Take them all down." Several knights heard him and stepped forward at the same time. The elder shouted, "Let's go." He was the first to soar into the sky, riding a rainbow to escape. He could already see that these people had great backgrounds and were not people they could deal with. The others also rushed in all directions, shooting up into the sky one after another. The wild beasts roared and the sky shook. Several strange beasts carrying the knights rushed in different directions and instantly caught up. Ah! Screams came one after another. Then, the knights quickly turned around and captured everyone like dragging dead dogs. Everyone, including the elder, had terrible wounds on their bodies. On the side, Yi Fan was very shocked. The clan of the ancients was indeed a colossus. These knights were too terrifying. Jiang Yifei pointed out 2 knights and asked them to stay behind to deal with the Li family. At the same time, he warned them not to kill the innocent and only to kill a few evil leaders. Let's go to the Mist Cave. Jiang Yifei personally helped Uncle Jiang onto the golden divine hoe and rode with him. Jiang Kaixian carried little Tingting onto the divine hoe and sat in front of her. Meanwhile, Yi Fan rode with another knight and soared into the sky. There's no need to go to the Mist Cave. Those 2 bastards are already dead, and the great hatred has been avenged. When Uncle Jiang learned that his son was killed, he couldn't help but shed tears. On the other side, little Tingting also began to cry. Go, we must go. Our Jiang family members are not people who can be killed just because they want to. Jiang Yifei's expression was calm, but his words were very powerful. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. He still had a long way to go. Compared to a colossus like the clan of the ancients, he was really too insignificant. The people in the small town were dumbfounded. After a long time, they burst into cheers. The malignant tumor of the town had finally been removed. In the face of life and death, the few captives of the Mist Cave had no choice but to yield and lead the way. More than a dozen strange beasts rode on the clouds and ran in the sky, making rumbling sounds as if thousands of horses were galloping and as if a tsunami was surging across the sky. At this moment, Yi Fan felt that someone was peeping at him. When he turned around, he found that it was the arrogant young man, Jiang Yichen. Seeing him looking at him, Jiang Yichen looked away and sneered. Yi Fan's heart suddenly moved. Why did he act like this? Could it be that he found out something? Soon, the crowd arrived at the Mist Cave. In front of them, there were green peaks and green valleys. The mist was misty, and the glow was faintly discernible. It was indeed in line with its name. Who dares to break into the important place of our sect? A loud shout came from the front. Bang, bang, bang. The captured captives were all thrown out. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise from the front. A great enemy is coming. The Mist Cave was in chaos. In an instant, the mist soared into the sky. The Taoist patterns carved on the mountains and rivers exerted their power. Rays of blazing divine light rushed out and blocked the way of the crowd. It's just a so-so. Let me break it. At this time, the arrogant young man, Jiang Yichen, suddenly made a move. A purple gold gourd flew out of his body. It shone with purple light and quickly enlarged in the sky. Like a whale sucking in water, it sucked all the mist into the gourd's mouth. In the blink of an eye, the power of the Taoist patterns was suppressed. Then, the purple gold gourd pressed forward like a small mountain, flowing with a misty purple mist. Suddenly, there was a burst of exclamations. Many figures flew upside down and were sucked into the purple gold gourd. Yi Fan was shocked. He didn't expect the purple gold gourd to be so powerful. It easily broke the mountain-protecting Taoist patterns of the Mist Cave and sucked in many cultivators. It was really a bit scary. The heritage of the clan of the ancients is too strong. This is only a young man of 16 or 17 years old, but he has bestowed such a terrible treasure. Yi Fan muttered in his heart. There's no need to do this. Uncle Jiang kept trying to dissuade him. Jiang Yifei shook his head and said, Tingting's parents did not do evil, but they were persecuted. They want an explanation. Our Jiang family has never been afraid of trouble. Bang! At this time, a powerful wave shook in all directions in the Mist Cave. It shook away the purple gold gourd, and an old voice came. It turns out to be the people of the clan of the ancients. I wonder how the Mist Cave has offended you. Chapter 85. Inside the Mist Cave, a gray fog rushed up and shook the purple gold gourd away, imprisoning it there so that it could not continue to swallow cultivators. A gray shadow rushed over quickly. It was an old man whose age was hard to tell. His hair and beard were all white, but his face was very ruddy. He said, "Everyone, please calm down." He directly pushed the purple gold gourd over. Jiang Yichen snorted coldly and put away his treasure. "Who are you?" Jiang Yifei asked. "I am the master of the mist cave." "No wonder you have such strength to be able to suppress the purple gold gourd." Jiang Yifei nodded and said, "But I'm afraid it will still be difficult for you to stop us." "Yes, I understand." The leader of the Mist Wonderland admitted it calmly. He then continued, "I don't know what the Mist Wonderland has done to make you all gather so many people. If it is a great crime, I am willing to disband the Mist Wonderland and let you deal with it." The old man in gray was very frank. In fact, he was forced to do so. If he really went against the clan of the remote antiquity, the Mist Cave would quickly be destroyed. The two were not on the same level at all. Once they became enemies, there was no suspense. "Seeing that you are so open and aboveboard, I don't want to make a scene." Jiang Yifei was only 24 or 25 years old. The old man did not feel that it was rude to speak to the master of the Mist Cave in such a tone. Everything was because of the strength. "Young master is wise. Please tell me why you are here to denounce me. 2 years ago, did a disciple with the surname Jiang die in the Mist Cave?" The master of the Mist Cave nodded and said, "If it was someone else, I might not remember, but this extraordinary young man left a deep impression on me. He was a disciple of the Jiang family, but he was killed by the people of the Mist Cave." Jiang Yifei said calmly. "What, he was killed by someone?" The master of the Mist Cave was shocked and said, "Who is so bold? Now you understand why I am here." The master of the Mist Cave suddenly had a headache. How could a disciple of the Jiang family enter the Mist Cave and be killed by someone? This was indeed a very troublesome matter for him. "You don't have to worry too much. I'm not here to cause trouble for no reason. Don't worry, young Master Jiang. I will definitely punish the culprit severely. I will not tolerate it. The main culprit has been brought to justice, but I feel that their teacher is suspected of conniving. In addition, the person who provided them with the drug must be found. Young Master Jiang, please move into the hazy heavenly grotto. This old man will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." Jiang Yifei nodded and said, "The most important thing is to satisfy this old lady and this child." At this moment, Uncle Jiang and little Tingting's eyes were already blurred with tears. "I understand." Jiang Yifei ordered Jiang Yichen to take out the purple gold gourd and release all the people who were trapped in it. Then, he brought Uncle Jiang, little Tingting, and the old sect master into the misty paradise. The others didn't follow. They landed on the ground and waited outside. At this moment, Yi Fan felt that he was being watched again. He found that it was still the arrogant young man, Jiang Yichen. What was going on? He didn't think he had offended this young man from the remote antiquity family, so he didn't understand why he was being watched. Jiang Kaixian walked over gracefully and said with a smile, "Little brother Yi, after this matter, Tingting will go back to the Jiang family with us. If you want, you can also go with us." This. At first, Yi Fan did have such an idea. The Jiang family was an ancient family that had been passed down from the antiquity age. Maybe he could find the secret of the divine body. However, after careful consideration, he hesitated. What if his secret was found out? The green copper piece in his body caused great chaos in the eastern wilderness. If the powerful masters of the Jiang family found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. In addition, the Taoist scripture was enough to cause a lot of trouble. Once it was leaked, he would be in a worrying situation. What's wrong? You still don't want to? Jiang Kaixian was somewhat surprised. Many cultivators tried their best to enter the Jiang family but failed. She invited a young man like this, but he was still pondering and hesitating. Yi Fan declined and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Jiang. I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. But I'm used to being lazy. I'm afraid I'll make mistakes after entering the Jiang family. I'd better travel outside. If one day I'm poor and want to go to the Jiang family, please take me in." At this time, Jiang Yichen sneered and said, "What do you think the Jiang family is? An inn? The Jiang family is not a place where anyone can come and go freely. If you want to join, don't talk nonsense now." Jiang Yichen, shut up. Jiang Kaixian scolded Jiang Yichen, then turned around and said with a smile, "Little brother Yi, don't mind him. He's always like this, spoiled. Don't worry, the Jiang family will always open the door for you. If you have any difficulties in the future, just come to the Jiang family to find me." "Thank you, Miss Jiang." Yi Fan thanked her and felt strange at the same time. He didn't provoke this young master of the Jiang family, so why did he do this? Yi Fan became more and more determined that he couldn't enter the Jiang family now. The holy body, the Taoist scripture, and the mysterious green copper were all taboos. He didn't want to take risks. "Boy, you should know that there are many people who want to join our Jiang family. If you give up this opportunity, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Jiang Yichen looked at him and sneered. Yi Fan's heart trembled, and at the same time, he was even more surprised. This young master of the Jiang family seemed to want him to join the Jiang family immediately. What was going on? Jiang Kaixian reprimanded Jiang Yichen a few more times, and he didn't say anything more. He just stood not far away and looked at Yi Fan from time to time. Is this bastard a dead rabbit? Damn it! Yi Fan muttered in his heart. After a while, Jiang Yichen finally stopped looking at him and began to wander around the mist cave, which made Yi Fan feel a little relieved. Soon, he thought of his classmates. There should be 2 people in the mist cave, but he didn't know who they were. After waiting for a full hour, Jiang Yifei walked out with Uncle Jiang and little Tingting. The head of the mist cave and a group of important people saw them out in person. The eyes of the old man and the little girl were red and swollen. It was obvious that they had cried. "Old head, please go back. There is no need to see us off. Our Jiang family is not unreasonable. This matter has been settled. You don't have to worry anymore." The old leader of the mist cave abode heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, anyone would tremble in fear when facing a behemoth like the Jiang family. In the Eastern Barren Territory, not many big forces dared to compete with them. The people of the mist cave watched them go away until they disappeared, and then they returned to the sect. Jiang Yifei and his group returned directly to the Qingfeng town just to satisfy the old man's wish to see the town again. Uncle Jiang decided to join the Jiang family for little Tingting's future. He didn't want his granddaughter to be wronged again. "Big brother, come with us." Little Tingting looked up and begged. Yi Fan scratched her little nose and said, "Big brother can't help much anymore. The Jiang family is full of powerful people. I am not even a soldier there. Tingting will have a good life there. Big brother, I really don't want to be separated from you. Come with us, or Tingting will miss you every day." Little Tingting was about to cry. "I still have other things to do. I really can't go now. I promise you, I will visit you in the future." Yi Fan comforted her softly. "No, if Big Brother doesn't go, I won't go either." Little Tingting actually made such a decision. "You are still young and don't understand some things. You will understand when you grow up. Go to the Jiang family happily. Don't play around there. Learn cultivation from them. Maybe I will need Tingting's help in the future." Uncle Jiang also couldn't understand. He really hoped that Yi Fan would go with them, but in the end, he couldn't force him. When they parted outside Qingfeng town, little Tingting burst into tears. She hugged Yi Fan's leg and refused to let go. Her tears rolled down in pairs. Yi Fan wiped her tears and said, "Don't cry. Tingting, remember what I said just now. We will meet again in the future." In the end, little Tingting was reluctant and cried, "I will definitely learn cultivation and find Big Brother in the future. If anyone bullies Big Brother, Tingting will beat them away." Yi Fan immediately smiled and said, "Go quickly. They are all waiting for you." At this moment, Yi Fan noticed that when Jiang Yichen, the young master of the Jiang family, looked at him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. This made his heart skip a beat. Jiang Yichen, the way I look at you doesn't seem right. Jiang Kaixian suddenly said. Sister Xian, why do you say that? Jiang Yichen was shocked. Don't do immoral things. Don't be evil. It seems that Grandpa has really spoiled you. Jiang Kaixian said coldly, I have noticed you for a long time. You seem to want to fight little brother Yi. Did he offend you? Jiang Yifei looked back at them and said, What's the matter? Nothing. Jiang Yichen was a little guilty. Speak. Although Jiang Yifei looked elegant, he seemed to be very prestigious. Jiang Yichen, who was from the same clan, was very afraid of him. I. Speak. Jiang Yichen had to tell the truth. He said, that boy has a precious treasure, and it is not an ordinary one. You all know that my mount's most peculiar aspect isn't its fighting prowess, but rather that it has a psychic jade horn that can sense divine objects. Today, it continuously flickered with 5-colored radiance, exceptionally bright and resplendent. His mount was a cyan beast that looked like a lion or tiger. The cyan beast's fur was very long and very clean. There was a jade horn on its head, which was crystal clear and emitted 5-colored light. It could sense the existence of rare treasures. I may be in trouble. Yi Fan saw the 3 people in the distance looking over. What's wrong with the child? Uncle Jiang asked. Little Tingting also wiped away her tears and said, Big brother is in trouble. I will ask Sister Kaixian to help you. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. At this moment, Jiang Yichen was walking over with a sneer. Jiang Yifei and Jiang Kaixian also followed. I am really curious. What kind of precious treasure do you have? Yi Fan was suddenly shocked. He never thought that Jiang Yichen would say such a thing. Did he really find out something? Jiang Yifei said with a smile, Little brother Yi, don't worry. We mean no harm. The Jiang family has many precious treasures. We will not covet your treasures. Jiang Kaixian reminded him, Little brother Yi, you must be careful in the future. After listening to her explanation, Yi Fan understood the magic of the 5-colored beast. It could actually sense spirit treasures. This made him break out in a cold sweat. If the green copper piece and the scripture were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, I did not agree to join the Jiang family. He said to himself. Well, let's part ways here. Don't worry, I have already warned Jiang Yichen. He will not have any evil ideas again. Jiang Kaixian smiled. In the end, the group of people rode the beast and rose into the sky. Little Tingting was crying very sadly. She kept waving her little hands until she disappeared into the sky. Yi Fan had a strong sense of crisis. He did not return to the town. Instead, he ran directly into the deep mountains. He felt that he had to leave this place as soon as possible. Chapter 86. Qingfeng town was surrounded by mountains, towering ancient trees, and primitive forests. There were many strange beasts in the deep mountains, so ordinary people didn't dare to go deep. After living in Qingfeng town for a period of time, Yi Fan found out that this endless mountain range was the outer region of the forbidden area of the ancient desolation. The Yan Kingdom was 2,000 miles from north to south and 3,000 miles from east to west. The forbidden area of the ancient desolation was located in the center of the country, surrounded by endless mountains. This primitive area had a circumference of more than 800 miles. The Spirit Ruin Grotto Heaven, the Mist Grotto Heaven, and the Jade Tripod Grotto Heaven all surrounded this primitive area. At this moment, Yi Fan plunged into the deep mountains and kept running in the dense forest. He couldn't wait to rush into the forbidden area of the ancient desolation. He felt that his life was in danger, so he wanted to get away from the town behind him. I hope my premonition is wrong. After running for more than 2 hours and crossing countless mountains, he finally stopped to catch his breath in a mountainous area. Suddenly, he heard the roar of a wild beast. It was so loud that it was deafening. It was like a thunderclap piercing through the sky and surging over. It's from the direction of Qingfeng town. Yi Fan was like a spiritual ape. He quickly climbed up a cliff, lifted the vines, and entered a secret stone cave. He held his breath and suppressed his life force to the lowest. His body was cold and lifeless. Soon, he saw a strange beast covered in green scales in the sky through the vines. It carried a Jiang family knight and rushed over. They really came after me. Yi Fan's pupils shrank, and his heart was cold. He had seen how terrifying the Jiang family's knight was. If he was discovered, he would definitely die. After a while, the powerful knight rode the strange beast and rushed back. It kept circling around the mountain range and this area. He has locked this area. Did he discover me? Yi Fan's body was cold, and he felt that death was very close. At the same time, he was extremely angry. The other party must have come for the treasures on him. If he was discovered, he would definitely die. However, he didn't dare to be too excited. He didn't dare to move, and his life force fell to the freezing point. He hid in the stone cave like a piece of dead wood. After a full 4 hours, the green beast in the sky gradually disappeared into the horizon. However, Yi Fan did not dare to move. Only when the sky turned completely dark did he nimbly climb out of the cave and quickly rush towards another mountain range. Jiang family. Yi Fan gritted his teeth. That night, Yi Fan did not light a fire. He only picked some wild fruits to appease his hunger, and then hid in the flourishing brambles. In the night, the roars of unknown beasts rose and fell one after another. It was exceptionally restless. The moon and stars were dim, and Qi pervaded the air. The trees in the wilderness swayed, as if evil spirits were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Suddenly, the roars of the wild beasts in the area disappeared, and the forest became quiet. Yi Fan's heart instantly tightened. His body was almost completely still, and he didn't dare to move. It was unknown when a strange beast had appeared in the sky. It was carrying a person as it circled in the sky, causing the beasts below to feel a sense of danger. It was not until late at night that the knight disappeared from the area. Yi Fan felt cold sweat all over his body. This was not a solution, and he was afraid that he would be found sooner or later. I'll definitely die if I fight him head-on. How can I get rid of him? Yi Fan realized that he had no other choice but to escape first. In the next 2 days, Yi Fan constantly traversed and hid in the mountain range. There were a few times when he was almost discovered by the other party. It could be said that he was constantly brushing shoulders with death. On the 3rd day, he encountered his greatest crisis. The other party seemed to have sensed that he might be hiding in this area and attacked ruthlessly. He took out a psychic weapon and split apart several stone cliffs, shattering a large part of the forest and destroying a large area of thistles and thorns, leaving the mountainous area bare. Yi Fan hid in the swamp not far away, not daring to move. His entire body was wrapped in mud and rotten leaves. He held his breath and quietly waited for the night to leave. However, the other party did not even let the swamp go. That psychic weapon was like a blue bolt of lightning, streaking across the swamp. Huge ravines appeared, completely splitting the swamp. Puff! Suddenly, the psychic weapon, like a blue bolt of lightning, streaked across 1 meter away and split the mud. Although it did not cut Yi Fan's body, a bit of blue light grazed his abdomen. Yi Fan felt a sharp pain, but he did not dare to move. If it were not for his super strong physique, the terrible blue light just now was enough to cut him in half at the waist. It was not until half an hour later that everything finally calmed down. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and struggled out of the mud. His abdomen was gurgling with blood, staining the mud bright red. Jiang Yichen, I will kill you sooner or later. Even the remote antiquity families can't protect you. Yi Fan felt dizzy. He had lost too much blood, and his abdomen was almost completely cut open. If it were not for the mud blocking the outside, he would have died of blood exhaustion after staying motionless for such a long time. He hurriedly found a mountain spring to clean the wound, and then took off his muddy coat. He tore the clean clothes inside into strips and wrapped them around his wound. However, the wound on his abdomen was so serious that his intestines could almost be seen, and the bleeding could not be stopped. After losing too much blood, Yi Fan felt weak all over. His hands were covered in blood. He tore off all of his clean clothes and used them to block the terrifying wound. However, the bleeding was still difficult to stop. His lower body was stained red, and his skin looked a little pale. Yi Fan blocked his wound with his hands, and blood kept flowing between his fingers. He bit his lips, trying to keep himself awake and not pass out. He silently ran Taoist scripture, mobilized the vitality of his whole body, and tried to stabilize the injury. The way of heaven takes away the surplus and makes up for the deficiency. Just at the moment when he was about to pass out, such a voice suddenly came from the deepest part of his mind. Hundreds of ancient characters flowed in his heart like a trickle, gradually waking him up from his trance. Yi Fan gradually calmed down and regained his consciousness. At the same time, Taoist scripture was running silently, and the vital energy kept flowing to the wound. In the end, strands of blue light gushed out from the horrifying wound. The terrifying killing intent that had penetrated his body was forced out. His life essence circulated, and the bleeding finally stopped. Yi Fan was very weak, but he gritted his teeth and stood up. He staggered toward the forest. He had to find a secret place to hide. His injury was very serious, and he couldn't run anymore. Originally, Yi Fan wanted to escape into the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity. Only in this way could he make the knight hesitate and not dare to go deeper. However, he didn't have the strength. After thinking carefully for a moment, he staggered back the way he came. Finally, he stopped in a stone forest that had been destroyed by the knight, and hid in a stone peak. This area had already been searched. Yi Fan tried to figure out the knight's thoughts, and he felt that this place would be a blind spot for a short period of time. Yi Fan didn't eat or drink, and hid in this stone peak for 2 days and 2 nights. Only then did his injury get under control, but it was still difficult for him to do any strenuous exercise. During these 2 days, the knight kept circling above the deep mountains, and many forests were completely destroyed by him. On this night, Yi Fan crawled out of the stone crack, picked a lot of wild fruits, and changed to another place to hide. The new area had just been ravaged by the knight. The trees were broken, and the rocks were cracked. The ground was a mess. "I'll follow you slowly. Wherever you search, I'll hide." In this dangerous situation, his life could be at risk at any time. Yi Fan could only think carefully and choose to hide in the knight's blind spot. Just like this, 5 or 6 days passed before he gradually recovered. It could be said that this was a kind of torture. After a few days, due to the lack of food and the pain of the illness, he lost a lot of weight. "If it weren't for my physique being far superior to ordinary cultivators, I'm afraid that blue light would have already killed me." Yi Fan looked at the horizon and said to himself, "I must escape this disaster. I can't die here. Jiang family." Yi Fan clenched his teeth. Right now, he didn't have enough strength. Right now, the only way to get rid of the knight was to risk his life and hide in the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity. After Yi Fan's body recovered, he began to take a detour to get closer to the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity. "I have eaten the holy fruit. Maybe I can resist the curse there. Entering the forbidden area of life might be a kind of opportunity for me." Chapter 87. A long time ago, Yi Fan once had the thought of returning to the forbidden grounds of the primordial desolate realm in order to obtain a great opportunity. Neither human beings nor powerful creatures of other races dared to go deep into the forbidden area of life. There were flourishing plants and endless elixirs. After the baptism of long years, many elixirs had almost become divine medicines. The forbidden area was a priceless divine land. Yi Fan had taken the holy fruit and the holy spring. He felt that he could probably survive in that forbidden area for a while. He wanted to return to the forbidden area of life after reaching a certain level. "My strength is still very low now. It's really not suitable for me to go there at this moment, but I have been forced to this point." He had no choice but to go forward at the risk of death. Roar! In the depths of the mountains, the roar of the wild beast shook the sky like thunder, and the leaves in the forest swirled in the air. Yi Fan's expression changed. He was still far from the forbidden area of the remote antiquity, but there were already extremely horrible exotic beasts in the outer area. It seemed that it would be very difficult to go through. However, if he didn't go forward, how could he get rid of the knight's pursuit? This put Yi Fan in a dilemma. Jiang Yichen, just you wait. Even if you are a disciple of the Jiang family, I will kill you in the future. Yi Fan had never hated a person so much. The other party coveted his treasures, was cruel and ruthless, and wanted to kill him. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt danger. The knight seemed to be approaching again, so he hurriedly hid. A green figure appeared in the sky. The powerful knight of the Jiang family appeared once again. However, the strange beast he was riding on suddenly seemed to have been frightened. It rushed down desperately and landed on the ground, trembling. Not far away, Yi Fan saw all this clearly. He couldn't help but be surprised. How could such a powerful exotic beast be so scared? The knight was also very shocked. He turned into a wisp of light and hid in a pile of rocks. At this moment, the entire forest suddenly darkened. A violent gust of wind blew past, snapping many plants and casting a huge shadow on the ground. In the sky, a giant bird that blotted out the sun flew across the sky. Its entire body was shining with a golden light, as if it was cast from gold. Its body was so huge that it left people dumbfounded. It was like a golden cloud that rushed past, blocking out the sun and the sky. Golden-winged Pang. Yi Fan was deeply shocked. The legendary Pang's oppressive might made the entire mountain range quiet down in an instant. All of the beast roars disappeared, and only after it had gone far away did the forest return to normal. The knight from the Jiang family sat on the strange beast again and soared into the sky. Even someone as powerful as him could only dodge. Yi Fan was worried. If he continued to advance on foot, he did not know how many ferocious birds and beasts he would encounter. Could he really walk into the forbidden zone of life? There are 9 sacred mountains in the forbidden zone of the ancient desolate era. They are linked together to form an endless abyss. According to legend, each sacred mountain has a kind of sacred fruit and divine spring, and they are all different. Yi Fan used such words to motivate himself. I've only eaten a type of holy fruit and drunk a type of divine spring, and I've already undergone a complete transformation. If I were to ascend the other 8 sacred mountains. Although he was constantly encouraging himself, he still felt apprehensive in his heart. He felt that if he continued to advance, he would most likely be doomed. Only a day had passed, and Yi Fan's thoughts were shattered. He found 3 powerful knights in a row. They had already sealed off the path ahead, and they were circling above the primitive mountain range. They really want to kill me. They actually sent so many powerful knights. Roar, in the distance, a deafening roar of a beast could be heard. The 3 powerful knights in the sky instantly fled. Following that, Yi Fan discovered a wild beast with 9 snake heads soaring through the clouds, appearing high up in the sky. It was as big as a small mountain, and it gave off an extremely terrifying pressure. It was surrounded by a lot of black fog, and its huge body was faintly discernible. It looked like a qilin, but it had 9 huge snake heads, and it looked especially ferocious. With a loud roar, it directly scared away the 3 powerful knights of the Jiang family. The vague pressure it emitted made people's hearts palpitate. Yi Fan's heart immediately sank. He had not even gotten close to the forbidden zone of the ancient desolate era, and all kinds of terrifying strange beasts had already appeared one after another. He did not know what he would encounter if he continued to advance. If he could not fly, it was simply impossible to pass through this primitive mountain range on foot. No wonder the Jiang family's knights only sealed off the path in certain areas. Yi Fan sneaked carefully for another day and found that the relatively safe areas were all sealed off by the 3 powerful knights. It was impossible to pass through. I am guessing their thoughts, and they are also thinking about my escape route. They are sure that I will get close to the forbidden zone of the ancient desolate era to get rid of them. Yi Fan hid in a dense forest. After careful consideration, he felt that he could not go any further, or he would die. If I can't fly, I can't get close to the forbidden zone of life. Yi Fan went far away without looking back. He returned along the original road. He wanted to escape from this primitive mountain forest and hide in the vast crowd while the knights did not react. When Yifan escaped to the edge of the mountain range, he suddenly found a powerful knight riding a beast with shiny black scales hovering over the mountain forest. The fifth powerful knight. Yifan looked at the sky in a daze and said to himself, "Are they all sent by Jiang Yichen?" They brought a total of more than a dozen knights, and now they sent 5 of them at once. Did Jiang Yifei and Jiang Kaixian not notice? It is impossible that they did not notice. Could it be that they acquiesced? Or should I say, the 2 of them also sent people? Yifan felt a chill in his heart. Jiang Yifei, dressed in snow-white clothes, was elegant and elegant. He was as handsome as jade and could be described as otherworldly. Jiang Kaixian was graceful and beautiful. Although she seemed a little arrogant, she was very sympathetic to little Tingting, which left a good impression on Yifan. But now, Yifan couldn't tell. He didn't know what role the 2 of them played in this matter. He did not know if it was as bad as he guessed. Human nature was very complicated and difficult to explain. I hope it has nothing to do with them. Otherwise, I really don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse for little Tingting to live in such a complicated family. Yifan was a little worried about little Tingting and Uncle Jiang. On this night, Yifan secretly returned to Uncle Jiang's small restaurant. At this moment, he could even see 2 strange beasts circling in the mountains outside the town. However, the most dangerous place was also the safest place. He relaxed and rested peacefully for the night. It was not until the second night arrived that Yifan sneaked out of the town and fled into the distance. 3 days later, when Yifan was camping in the wilderness, he saw a strange beast carrying a Jiang family knight rush past him and fly into the distance. This shocked him. The other party had caught up so quickly, which made it difficult for him to understand. How did they find the clues? The clan of the ancients is too scary. If I can't enter that forbidden zone, how can I get rid of them? Yifan was worried. In the end, Yifan entered a huge city in the Yan Kingdom. He felt that perhaps only the vast sea of people could hide him. This was the second largest city in the Yan Kingdom apart from the capital. It had a population of more than 1 million, and it was extremely prosperous. The streets were wide and filled with endless streams of people. There were many shops on both sides of the street, and the sound of people hawking their wares could be heard. Yifan had been on the run for the past few days and was extremely exhausted. He only let out a sigh of relief when he entered the city. The Jiang family couldn't possibly appear on the streets riding strange beasts, could they? It was already noon, and Yifan's stomach was rumbling with hunger. However, when he reached into his chest pocket, he let out a bitter laugh. There was not even a single coin. This great life and death escape really left him in a sorry state, fatigued to this extent. I need to find a way to fill my stomach first. I can't let my body suffer. I still need to accumulate energy to escape. Yifan was not in the mood to tour the bustling city at all. He was looking for a place to eat. Suddenly, Yifan's expression froze. He saw a familiar figure. It was Li Xiaoman. She did not look old and had already regained her youth. She was 170 centimeters tall and slender. Her pure white dress fluttered in the wind, and she had an otherworldly temperament. Be it in the past or present, Li Xiaoman was extremely beautiful. She had a clear and elegant appearance. Perhaps it was because of her cultivation, but her skin shone with a sparkling luster. It was snow-white and delicate like fine jade. Li Xiaoman's white dress and black hair fluttered naturally, making her skin look even more sparkling. Her eyes were very big and her eyelashes were very long, making her look very spirited. Her neck was as elegant as a white swan, and her waist was small. Her legs were long and slender, and her figure was elegant and graceful. She was very perfect. Compared to the past, she was less ostentatious and more spirited. She was like a goddess of the moon who had descended to the mortal world, and she had an extra temperament. Yifan had never thought that he would see her here. Naturally, he couldn't help but think of many things in the past. There were sweet scenes, but also heartless and bitter memories. He turned around, not wanting to meet her in this kind of situation. Li Xiaoman obviously did not see Yi Fan. She was like a crane among chickens, elegant and spirited. Her otherworldly beauty attracted many people to look back. Naturally, she would not notice the haggard and exhausted youth in the distance. Yi Fan turned around and wanted to leave, but he did not want to bump into someone in his haste. "Little beggar, why are you walking? The street is so wide, but you just had to bump into me." There were a few young men and women in front of him. Among them, there was a beautiful girl with an unhappy expression. Yi Fan had accidentally bumped into her just now. "I'm sorry." Yi Fan hurriedly apologized. "Junior sister, look and see if you've lost anything." Nowadays, some beggars specialize in stealing like this. A young man reminded and stopped Yi Fan from leaving. Yi Fan had been on the run for several days. His clothes were dirty and torn, and his face was full of dirt. He indeed looked like a little beggar. "Senior brother, senior sister." At this moment, Li Xiaoman walked over. Although there were many people on the street, everyone saw that she was so beautiful and couldn't help but open a path for her. She quickly came close. "Let him go. I didn't lose anything." The girl who was bumped into just now frowned. Yi Fan wanted to turn around and leave, but Li Xiaoman was already in front of him and happened to see him. "It's you." Yi Fan stopped in his tracks. He did not expect to meet her in the end. "Junior sister, you know this little beggar?" The young men and women at the side all revealed surprised expressions. At this moment, Yi Fan's clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in dust. He looked haggard and extremely tired. After running for several days, he was both physically and mentally exhausted. In addition to his tattered clothes, he looked like someone at the bottom of society. Chapter 88. Usually, Li Xiaoman was elegant and beautiful. She was always calm and collected, but at this moment, she showed a shocked expression, which made the young men and women beside her curious. One of them couldn't help but ask again, "Junior sister, do you know this little beggar?" Li Xiaoman quickly regained her composure and nodded, "I do." "Sister Li, how do you know him?" One of the girls was puzzled. Yi Fan's clothes were ragged and his body was haggard. No matter how you looked at him, he was at the bottom of society. He was from a completely different world from them. "I came from the same place as him. We used to be neighbors." Li Xiaoman looked indifferent. When Yi Fan heard the word neighbor, he smiled faintly and only said, "Hello." He didn't say anything else. "So it's an old acquaintance. Your little neighbor is really impatient. The street is so wide but he still accidentally bumped into me. Brother Yang thought he was going to steal something. But this young man is really pitiful. He has been reduced to a beggar at such a young age. Beggars nowadays steal while begging. Sisterly, you have to tell him not to take the wrong path." Cultivators and mortals were people of two different worlds. Especially the people at the bottom of the mortal world, beggars, it was even more difficult to have any interaction with them. When the young men and women talked, they didn't care that Yi Fan was next to them. "Brothers and sisters, do you have money on you? Lend me some." Li Xiaoman took some money from the young men and women and gave it to Yi Fan. "Go change your clothes. Don't be a beggar. I believe you can support yourself. Sister Li is so kind." Yes, Sister Li is really compassionate. He is just a neighbor, but she gave him so much money. "Little beggar, you have to walk the right path in the future. Don't steal. Otherwise, you will be sorry to Sister Li," the young men and women next to them all spoke. Yi Fan's eyes were clear. He quietly looked at Li Xiaoman and didn't reach out to take the money. He said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need this." A young man at the side immediately frowned and said, "I say, little beggar, what's wrong with you? Junior sister Li gave you clean money, but you don't want it. Do you really want to live by stealing?" Li Xiaoman's expression was tranquil, and her eyes were as calm as the surface of a lake. She handed the coin to Yi Fan and said, "Take it and be a normal person." Yi Fan ignored the people around him and pushed the coin back. "Don't worry, I can survive." I wish you a smooth journey on the path of cultivation. This little beggar really wants to save face and suffer. He's already reduced to begging, yet he's still so virtuous. Don't be so virtuous now. Just turn around and steal. The young men and women next to him were very dissatisfied. Li Xiaoman stared at Yi Fan and said in a calm voice, "These are helpful to you now, so don't reject them. Hurry up and accept them. Don't tell me you really want to beg for a living?" Yi Fan still did not take the coin. "Congratulations on regaining your youth." He sensed that Li Xiaoman was only at the bitter sea stage, and could not be compared to him. But he did not know why she had regained her vitality. "Thank you, I was just lucky." Li Xiaoman did not insist and took the coin back. One of the young women smiled. This little beggar really knows a lot of things. He even knows that junior sister Li had lost her youthful vitality. It seems he really is an old acquaintance. He and I are just neighbors, we don't know each other very well. Perhaps after more than 10 years, it will be difficult to recognize him when we meet again. Li Xiaoman was very calm from beginning to end. She said indifferently, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. Although Yi Fan's face was covered with dirt, his smile was still very bright, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Yes, memories will always fade. Some people and things will eventually fade with the passage of time. This little beggar is not old, but he has quite a character. A girl at the side looked at Yi Fan before looking at Li Xiaoman. She said, "It's a pity that you don't know him very well, junior sister. Otherwise, you could bring him back to Xiang Grotto Heaven and make him do odd jobs in the sect. It's better than him begging on the streets." A man nodded when he heard this. The sect is very strict when it comes to choosing people, you must know them thoroughly. Li Xiaoman was as calm as an ancient well, her expression incomparably calm. She said to Yi Fan, "Don't walk on the wrong path. Be an ordinary person, that is not necessarily a kind of happiness." Yi Fan smiled and did not say anything. He waved his hand and left in large strides. This little beggar gives people a very special feeling. The young men and women next to him unanimously evaluated. Yi Fan left in large strides, blending into the endless stream of people. After a quarter of an hour, he appeared in an antique shop, constantly bargaining with the boss. "What? It's only 50 copper coins. One must be honest and not too greedy." "Young man, don't be so greedy. It's just a wooden box. How can it be worth 10 gold coins? This is a red sandalwood box. If you don't want it, I'll go to another shop." With that, Yi Fan turned and left. "Don't be in such a hurry, the price can be negotiated." The antique shop boss hurriedly stopped Yi Fan. Finally, Yi Fan was satisfied and left with 10 gold coins. It was already noon. He was hungry, but he did not want to eat and dash. In the end, he sold the red sandalwood box that contained the source, and used another ordinary wooden box that was only worth 1 copper coin to store the source. The Jiang family's night. When Yi Fan raised his head to look at the sky, he was immediately shocked. There was a strange beast circling in the sky above the huge city. Not long after, it flew into the distance. He felt very puzzled. He did not know how the other party could always find him. Yi Fan went up to a restaurant, ordered a table of dishes, and ate to his heart's content. He had not eaten a hot meal in the past few days of fleeing, so naturally, he was ravenous at this moment. After an hour, he finally stood up with satisfaction. The waiter had been waiting for a long time. Seeing that he was dressed in shabby clothes, like a beggar asking for food, he was afraid that he would quietly slip away after eating. Naturally, Yi Fan would not bicker with him. He threw down the money and turned to go downstairs. As soon as he arrived on the street, he was shocked. The Jiang family's knight had entered the city, riding on the strange beast, and just happened to disappear around the corner of the street. What's going on? Why can they always chase me? Although they can't lock onto me, they seem to be able to track the general direction. A trace of worry appeared on Yi Fan's face. He felt that things were not good. He could not stay in this city any longer, or something would definitely happen. He did not stop at all and directly left the city. Then, he flew away and plunged into the distant mountain forest. They are really persistent. How can I completely shake them off? Yifan traversed the mountains and passed through the endless mountain range. He only stopped when the sky turned dark. Just at this moment, Yifan felt that the spiritual energy in the depths of the mountain range was dense. It seemed to be many times denser than in other regions. When he traveled another few dozen kilometers, he revealed a shocked expression. He saw a large limestone with 4 ancient words carved on it, Purple Yang Cave Heaven. How did I end up here? Yifan discovered that he had actually arrived at the Purple Yang Cave Heaven. This was the sect that Li Xiaoman was in. This blessed land was not very far from the city he had just been in. It was necessary to mention here that this book would definitely have a love story, and there would definitely be descriptions of different female characters. Chapter 89. Purple Sun Grotto Heaven. He finally understood that it was not a coincidence that he met Li Xiaoman and the others. Their sect was nearby. Yifan turned around and wanted to leave. He did not want to be associated with Li Xiaoman's sect. Today, they met, but Li Xiaoman was calm. Her calmness was almost cold. Although she gave him money, she gave him the feeling of being high and mighty, as if she was giving him charity. You wanted me to be a normal person and not stray from the right path. Am I really that unbearable? He laughed at himself. He was not sad, nor did he have any hatred. Everything was gone without a trace. Yifan felt that if they met again, he would just laugh it off. There was no need to remember anything. Sometimes, a gentle brush was a better choice. Yifan had already walked dozens of meters when he suddenly stopped. He had been thinking about how to escape the pursuit of the Jiang family's knights. At this moment, he suddenly thought of using Purple Sun Grotto Heaven to resolve the crisis. Now, he was not strong enough. It was impossible for him to fight them head-on. He could only think carefully. He muttered to himself, there must be a reason why I can't escape from them. No matter how strong they are, they can't have such sharp spiritual senses to keep tracking the clues. Yifan felt that Purple Sun Grotto Heaven was one of the 6 grotto heavens in the country of Yan. The surrounding mountains and rivers must have been engraved with Tao patterns, condensing a mysterious power to form a world of its own. If he entered deep, he might be able to cut off contact with the outside world. Not bad, I can make use of this place. After thinking carefully, Yifan walked into the depths of the mountain range. What dense spiritual qi! As expected of a grotto heaven. At this moment, the sky was already dark. However, one could still see purple gas lingering between the mountains. Purple Sun Grotto Heaven lived up to its name. Purple mist surged in the area where it was located. Occasionally, there would be blazing sunlight streaking across the sky. Even in the outside world, one could feel that it was extraordinary. The mountains were green, the valleys were green, the springs were clear, and the vegetation was lush. Many of the plants seemed to be sentient. Their leaves shone with light. Yifan approached Purple Sun Grotto Heaven and observed it carefully to see if he could sneak in. However, he found it difficult to do so. Not only were there people patrolling the mountain gate, but there were also wild beasts guarding it. The 2 strange beasts were bumpy. They looked like giant crocodiles but had a pair of wings. They were like 2 small mountains lying there. Their basin-sized eyes flashed with light. There are a few youths kneeling there. What's going on? Yifan was surprised to find a few 16 or 17 years old kneeling in front. A patrolling cultivator passed by and said, "You guys should leave. Your aptitudes are too ordinary. No matter how hard you try, it won't work. Immortal Master, give us one more chance." The cultivator sighed and said, "You've been kneeling for days. I'm not a heartless person, but your talents are too mediocre. You really can't pass the test. Hurry up and go down the mountain. All right, I will give you one more chance. In half a month, there will be a reselection of disciples. Whether or not you can grasp the opportunity to stay is up to you. All right, I'll give you one more chance." Half a month from now, we'll be selecting new disciples again. Whether or not you can grasp the opportunity to stay is up to you. Thank you, Immortal Master. The youths knelt down together. Thank you, Immortal Master. The youths knelt together. Who is it? The cultivator turned his head. Immortal Master, I am here to be your disciple, shouted Yifan. It will start in half a month. You are too early. My house is too far away. I walked here for half a year. I was afraid of being delayed. Please take pity on me, Immortal Master. Yifan observed him for a while and felt that this cultivator was not very hard-hearted. He would most likely make an exception. This is against the rules. With a sincere expression, Yifan explained how he collected money and even begged. He traveled thousands of kilometers and walked for more than half a year before finally finding this place with great difficulty. This so-called Immortal Master was not very old, only around 27 or 28 years old. He was indeed very soft-hearted. After seeing Yifan's tattered clothes and dirty face, he finally sighed and nodded. He said, "You can go in with them." Yifan hurriedly thanked him and entered Xiang Grotto Heaven with the youths. All the immortal mountains were shrouded in purple mist and looked hazy. Palaces sat on the mountain peaks. They looked very ethereal and had the charm of an immortal realm. This Xiang Grotto Heaven is even denser than the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven. Yifan muttered to himself and nodded. This place was indeed extraordinary. Walking into the depths of the immortal mountains, there was lush vegetation and many spirit herbs. A clear aura rushed over. This was a very beautiful and peaceful grotto heaven. Yifan and the youths settled down near a bamboo forest. There were some wooden houses here that were specially reserved for odd job workers. Cultivating disciples rarely came here. After arriving here, Yifan gradually calmed down. If he could still be found like this, then he could only fight to the death. There was no other way. Most likely there is something on me that they can sense and track. Yifan first eliminated the green copper block. This was a mysterious treasure of the sect. Many cultivators in the past could not recognize it when they held it in their hands, let alone now that it was silent in his golden sea of bitterness. Was it the Tao scripture? That was not very possible. As long as he did not use any mysterious techniques, his golden sea of bitterness would be silent like divine iron. It was difficult for outsiders to sense it. Could it be that this source revealed my whereabouts? That should not be the case. Yifan could not figure it out. He muttered to himself, let's not care about that for now. Let's refine this source first. In the next few days, the bamboo forest was very peaceful. No outsiders came to disturb him. It was a very suitable place for cultivation. The powerful knights of the Jiang family did not come looking for him. Yifan began to refine the source. Every time, he held it firmly in his palm and smelted it carefully. He only melted a little bit every day. He was afraid that if he was too fierce, the huge life essence in the source would all rush out, causing a wave of source power and being discovered. On the 6th day, the bright moon was in the sky. Yifan refined a small amount of the source. At this moment, the golden sea of bitterness suddenly sent out waves of tsunamis. The momentum was terrifying. He hurriedly stopped and hid the source. How troublesome. His special physique made him feel a little helpless. He thought he could control it, but in the end, there was still a terrifying sound when he broke through. The strange phenomenon of the sea of bitterness was too shocking. If it was discovered, it would definitely cause an uproar. It seems that this source can't be completely refined. I can only continue when I leave here. However, his harvest was not small. At this moment, the golden sea of bitterness had become bigger. There were 8 more divine patterns inside, lingering in the sky above the sea of bitterness. Yifan smelted it into the divine metal lump from before. He constantly hammered it on the green copper piece and repeatedly imitated the Tao pattern. The next day, the silence was broken. A few young cultivators came and found Yifan. It's you, that little beggar. The few people were shocked. They were the disciples of the Purple Yang cave that he met a few days ago. However, Li Xiaoman was not among them. Yesterday, Yi Fan caused a huge commotion. Some cultivators had come to investigate, but they did not find anything at night. Out of curiosity, these people came to take a look in the morning. Why did you come to our Purple Yang cave? Are you here to find junior sister Li? Those people were very surprised. They did not expect to see Yi Fan here. Your Purple Yang cave sect master coincidentally met me. He said that I have extraordinary talent and insisted on taking me in as a disciple. Yi Fan casually made up a story. The few people naturally did not believe him. They all had unfriendly expressions. One of the women said in a deep voice, "Little beggar, your skin is really thick." At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared in the bamboo forest. He circled around the area a few times before stopping. He said, "I feel the aura of the source." "Greetings, Uncle Master." The few young disciples hurriedly bowed. Yi Fan was immediately shocked. This person's spiritual perception was too sharp. He had already sealed the source, but he still sensed it. No need to be so polite. This middle-aged man's face was ruddy and his hair was jet black. However, his eyes were very old. It did not match his age. This person's true age is probably over 70 or 80 years old. Yi Fan secretly speculated. He felt that this was a terrifying expert. "It's on you." He stared at Yi Fan. "Greetings, senior." Yi Fan bowed. "You are not a disciple of my Xiang cave?" "No." The middle-aged man did not move. He appeared in front of Yi Fan in an instant. It was as if he had traveled through space. He grabbed Yi Fan's wrist. "Senior, you are." Yi Fan was shocked. He thought that he was going to attack. "Your physique." The middle-aged man revealed a shocked expression. He then shook his head and sighed. It was obvious that he was experienced and knowledgeable. He made a judgment in an instant. At that moment, Yi Fan was extremely nervous. Fortunately, his sea of bitterness was dead silent. Darkness had frozen the golden sea of bitterness. It was as if it had turned into a land of death. When the middle-aged man explored there, he did not find anything unusual. This surprised Yi Fan. Even when he tried to hide his strength, he was still fooled by such an expert's personal probing. "Do you have a piece of source on you?" the middle-aged man asked. Seeing that he could not hide it, Yi Fan took out the small wooden box and said, "I don't know if this is the source. It's something passed down in my family." The middle-aged man opened the wooden box and took a look. He said, "Yes, it is the source. Although it is not pure, it is still very rare. I wonder if you are willing to part with it? This, you can't cultivate, so this source is useless to you. Don't worry, I will not let you suffer a loss. If you are willing to exchange it, you will have wealth that you will not be able to spend in 10 lifetimes. But I don't want to exchange it." Yi Fan looked troubled. Although he had temporarily gotten rid of the Jiang family's knights after entering the Spirit Ruin Cave, he did not expect to expose the source. This made him feel helpless, but there was nothing he could do. "You really don't want to exchange it?" the middle-aged man asked calmly. He did not use his power to pressure Yi Fan. Forget it. If that is the case, I will not force you. It is only a piece of source, it is not essential to me." Having said that, he turned around and left. After taking only a few steps, he completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. This was definitely an expert. "Little beggar, I didn't expect you to have a source. Even an impure piece of source is more precious than a spirit medicine." The young men and women all revealed strange expressions. They did not expect Yi Fan to have a spirit item, so some of them could not help but covet it. "Little beggar, you really don't know how to grasp an opportunity. Do you know who that person was? He is the second strongest expert of the Xiang cave. He has only cultivated for a little more than 100 years, but he is even stronger than the ancestors. If you had given the source to him, you would be able to form a good relationship with such a person, and the benefits would be endless. The young men and women all stated their conditions, wanting to obtain this source, but Yi Fan could not agree. After they left, Yi Fan muttered to himself, although I have temporarily escaped from the Jiang family's knights, I have exposed the source. I wonder if there will be trouble. An hour later, Li Xiaoman appeared in the bamboo forest, accompanied by the young men and women who had just left. Li Xiaoman did not ask why Yi Fan was here. She calmly said, Yi Fan, you cannot cultivate, so it is useless to have this source. Why don't you exchange it for 10 lifetimes of fortune? Yi Fan directly shook his head and refused, I am not exchanging. Chapter 90. This was a quiet place. Normally, no disciples would come here to train. There were a few small wooden houses in the middle of the bamboo forest, all for the servants to live in. A gentle breeze blew, swaying the entire bamboo forest. The green bamboo leaves made a rustling sound, and the fresh air blew against one's face. Li Xiaoman's white robe fluttered in the wind, making her look elegant and out of this world. Her hair was black and thick, her skin was like jade, and her eyes were like water. She stared at Yi Fan and said, You are immortal, the origin is useless in your hands. Even though I am just a mortal, I know the value of this thing. You are all cultivators, and you all value it so much, how could you say that it is useless to me? Yi Fan weighed the origin in his hand and smiled, it contains a large amount of life essence. I think for a mortal, it shouldn't be a problem to extend their lifespan. You, a mortal using the origin to extend their lifespan, what a waste. The young men and women next to him all showed a look of displeasure. If you want to increase your lifespan and strengthen your body, there are actually many ways. You can use this origin to trade for some 100 herbs liquid. That's right, if you are willing to give up this origin, we will definitely satisfy you. The young men and women all said this. This origin was too tempting for them, and they all wanted to trade for it. I'm sorry, I don't want to trade. I'm not interested in what you are talking about. Yi Fan, no matter what, would not trade the origin, so he directly refused. The young men and women all changed their expressions. To them, the origin was extremely important. For it to be in the hands of a mortal was like a pearl covered in dust. It was truly a waste, so they all wanted to take it for themselves. Li Xiaoman stood there quietly, her white robe fluttering in the wind. You don't know what it means for a mortal to have an origin. It is not wealth, it will only bring you disaster. You are only a mortal, you cannot keep it. Are you trying to steal it from me? Yi Fan put away the origin and looked at the people in front of him. Other than Li Xiaoman, who looked indifferent, the others all looked unfriendly, staring at Yi Fan without blinking. Earlier, the Purple Yang Paradise's second-ranked expert did not use his aura to suppress us. Could it be that you want to snatch it forcefully? Li Xiaoman's voice did not waver in the slightest. She said, It's no secret that you have an origin. Once the news gets out, even if you're safe for now, it's hard to say whether you'll be safe in the future. Are you saying that I can only choose to exchange? Li Xiaoman nodded and said, If you exchange it with a cultivator, you'll be able to benefit from it for the rest of your life. You won't have to run around anymore, and you can be a wealthy man with peace of mind, living a life of luxury and splendor. You guys aren't very strong. I'm afraid the life essence contained in this origin isn't something you can refine. Seeing that Yi Fan seemed to have loosened his stance, the people around him spoke up one after another. Even though we can't refine it directly, we can hand it over to the elders in the sect. Just now, that senior's cultivation is profound and is the second-ranked expert of our Purple Yang Paradise. He once helped Junior Sisterly recover her youth. Today, if Junior Sisterly can hand over this origin to him, you will definitely be appreciated. We can also get close to that senior and listen to his teachings. Yi Fan smiled and did not say anything. He looked at Li Xiaoman. That's right. I do want to give this origin to that senior. Li Xiaoman's expression was calm. She gently combed the hair in front of her forehead and looked quietly at Yi Fan. She said, I won't owe you anything. I will make you satisfied. Yi Fan shook his head and smiled calmly. He said, just like you in the past. Li Xiaoman did not refute. She took a few steps forward and stared at Yi Fan. She said, I know you are very confident and have the ability. You are not satisfied with being immortal, but the truth is like this. Your constitution cannot cultivate and you can only be an ordinary person. I hope you can be at ease and be an ordinary person. Don't think too much. Be clear-headed and let go of those unrealistic fantasies. This origin is really useless to you. Accepting reality and being an ordinary person is not necessarily a type of happiness. It seems that we don't really understand each other. Yi Fan did not say anything else. People always strive to improve. Li Xiaoman paused slightly. She said, the immortal and the ordinary are two different worlds. The immortal and the ordinary are two different worlds? Yi Fan smiled and said indifferently, who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe I will also appear on your path. At that time, don't be careless and let an ordinary person like me surpass you. On the side, the young disciples of Purple Yang Paradise revealed strange expressions. They felt that the conversation between these two people was a bit special. They were not as simple as neighbors. Especially Yi Fan, he did not seem like an 11 or 12-year-old child at all. No matter what, I will not give up this origin. Please go back. Yi Fan extended his hand and made a gesture to send them off. The expressions of the Purple Yang Paradise disciples did not look good. Before Li Xiaoman turned to leave, she looked at Yi Fan and said, accept reality quickly and be an ordinary person. Suddenly, there was chaos outside Purple Yang Paradise. There were shouts and cries. Then, a scarlet light streaked across the sky. There were cultivators fighting in the distance. Let's go and take a look. A few young disciples rushed out from the bamboo forest. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Someone was crashing the mountain gate. He immediately thought of the Jiang family's night. He decided to hide in the crowd and take a look so that he could be prepared. At this moment, there was chaos in Purple Yang Paradise. Many cultivators rushed towards the mountain gate. When Yi Fan arrived, he discovered that there were already several people who were heavily injured and had to be carried back. Who is so bold to sneak into my Purple Yang Paradise and fight after being discovered? It is a powerful knight riding on a terrifying mutated beast. He defeated 5 experts of our Purple Yang Paradise and almost broke out of the encirclement. Now, he is stopped by our martial granduncle. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Yi Fan was almost certain that the Jiang family's knight had found his way here. What a lingering ghost. This made him frown. Just at this moment, there was a cheer in front. Someone shouted, Martial Granduncle is indeed powerful. He captured that terrifying knight. A 36 or 37-year-old middle-aged man walked through the void, calmly walking back. He was the second expert of Purple Yang Paradise. Yi Fan had seen him not long ago. At this moment, he was carrying a savage beast and an unconscious knight back. He threw them heavily on the ground and said, lock him up in the stone prison first. It is time to leave. Purple Yang Paradise has helped me greatly. It is best to lock up this hot potato for a few more days. Yi Fan could imagine that when the people of Purple Yang Paradise learned of the knight's identity, it would be too late for regrets. Yi Fan walked out of Purple Yang Paradise's mountain gate and quickly rushed out of the mountains. However, at this moment, a few people noticed his departure. They looked at each other and chased after him. If I can avoid this calamity, I need to find a quiet place to properly cultivate. Yi Fan had encountered a series of events and was eager to become stronger. He desired unparalleled power. After running for dozens of miles, Yi Fan gradually felt that something was wrong. Someone was following him at a speed no slower than his and was about to catch up. His heart trembling, he charged into a forest of rubble and hid behind a boulder, sizing up the area behind him. It's him. The person was about 26 or 27 years old. He was one of Li Xiaoman's senior brothers. Not long ago, he was still thinking about his source. He was very fast and entered the stone forest in the blink of an eye. I see you. Come out. Leave your source behind and I will give you a way out. As expected, he wants to steal my source. Yi Fan hid behind the huge rock and did not move recklessly. This person was not weak. Otherwise, he would not have been able to catch up to him. Even if he obtains the source, he will definitely not let me go. In that case, I might as well strike first. Yi Fan made a decision. If you don't come out and I find out, don't blame me for not giving you a way out. This person was very cautious. He felt that Yi Fan's speed was too fast and almost got rid of him. As a mortal, this was clearly not normal. When this person turned near the huge boulder, a golden light suddenly rushed up and cut through the void in an instant. With a schwa sound, it spun and slashed past. Pooh! Blood splattered and a head rolled down. The headless corpse's blood sprayed more than 2 meters high. Then, it fell to the ground with a plop. Yi Fan kept the golden book. At this moment, his expression changed. A few figures appeared behind him and were quickly approaching. He hurriedly glanced at them and then flew away. He did not know if Li Xiaoman was among them. The mountains were lush with vegetation and it was difficult to see clearly. I hope you are not behind me. Yi Fan did not look back and left. Chapter 91. Yi Fan ran quickly, crossing the mountains and ridges. He was as vigorous as an ape and as swift as a cheetah. The mountains rapidly passed by. However, he could not completely shake off the people behind him. Several figures were still closely following him. It could be imagined that the cultivation of these people was not weak. They were most likely at the late bitter sea stage. Suddenly, Yi Fan's expression froze. In front of him was a large canyon. 2 figures appeared and blocked his way. Not only were there pursuers behind him, there were also 2 people who had surrounded him in advance. At this moment, it was too late to turn around and retreat. He stopped and said, "You two, we were just chatting together not long ago. Why are you blocking my way now?" In front of him, there was a man and a woman blocking the exit of the canyon. They seemed to be around 25 or 26 years old. There was a sneer on the woman's lips. "You were doing well in the purple young wonderland. Why did you escape? Did you do something shameful?" The man took a few big steps forward, staring intently at Yi Fan. "Could it be that you stole something? Otherwise, why are you in such a hurry to escape?" As expected, beggars do not change their nature. Even in our purple young wonderland, their hands and feet are not clean. I think that the origin source on you is not from a proper source. Perhaps it was stolen from our purple young wonderland. Otherwise, how could a little beggar like you have such a valuable thing? The woman approached. And in this process, Yi Fan was also constantly moving forward. He appeared very natural and did not look like he wanted to rush over. His body was calm, but he was sneering in his heart. These 2 people clearly wanted to snatch his origin source, but they still wanted to frame him with groundless charges. "How can you ridicule me like this? This origin source is clearly my family heirloom. You can't smear my name like this." As he spoke, Yi Fan had already approached the 2. And at this moment, the people behind saw the 2 approaching and shouted, "Be careful." But it was too late. Yi Fan made his move decisively. He leaped up, and his movements were extremely swift. His hands shot out as fast as lightning, slamming their heads together. The 2 of them immediately fainted. The 2 cultivators could never have imagined that an 11 or 12-year-old beggar would have such terrifying skills. They were completely unprepared and in the blink of an eye, they fell to the ground unconscious. Yi Fan did not use the golden book, mainly because there were 2 people blocking his way, and he was not confident that he could kill them in an instant. Moreover, he wanted to give the people behind him the wrong impression that he had used this method to kill the first person, and that he did not know the cultivation method. At this moment, Yi Fan pulled out a small scimitar from the woman's body and was about to slash the 2 of them when a shout came from behind him. Yi Fan did not slash down. He revealed a cold smile and said, "I hope I can mislead you." He pretended to be flustered and continued to run forward. Indeed, a hateful voice came from behind him. Someone said, "This little bastard is very crafty and has a strong physique. Senior brother Yang must have been killed by him in the stone forest like this." Fortunately, we followed closely. Otherwise, senior brother Wang and junior sister Zhang would have met with misfortune. Yi Fan muttered to himself, "It's fine if you can't catch up. If you really keep pestering me, I will give you a pleasant surprise." He did not have enough strength. If he exposed his trump card too early and got surrounded, the consequences would be dire. Now that he had successfully misled them, it was equivalent to having a protective talisman. After running for another 5 kilometers, 3 figures finally surrounded him. The woman in the middle sneered and said, "After all, he is not a disciple of Xiang Cave Heaven." Although he ran very fast, he took many detours and was intercepted by us in the end. The other 2 male disciples had extremely gloomy expressions. One of them said with a cold voice, "Poor senior brother Yang. He was killed by a little beggar. He fell for this little bastard's trick. How hateful. If we did not arrive in time, I'm afraid senior brother Wang and junior sister Zhang would have met with misfortune as well. They were actually successfully ambushed by this little beggar." The other male disciple also had a cold expression. Yi Fan pretended to be afraid and revealed the expression of an 11 or 12-year-old youth. He stammered, "You guys, you can't blame me for this. They wanted to kill me, to steal my origin. I had no choice, to knock them out when they were unprepared." The woman in the middle had a cold expression as she said in a cold voice, "Senior brother Yang was killed by you. I thought I knocked him out. I didn't expect him to not faint. After falling to the ground, he grabbed my leg. I was afraid, so I pulled out my saber and accidentally slashed his neck." Yi Fan revealed the fear that a child should have. Accidentally? The woman's expression was gloomy. Her pretty face was covered in frost as she said in a cold voice, "Accidentally killed senior brother Yang. Is this a joke or sarcasm? There is nothing more to say. Take away the origin and kill him to avenge senior brother Yang. Directly killing him is too easy." The eyes of the 2 male disciples flickered with cold light as they revealed dense killing intent. At this moment, Yi Fan kept moving his feet. He looked like he was trembling with fear, but he was actually adjusting his direction. He was standing in the same line as the 2 male disciples. Chi! At this moment, a blazing golden light flew out from Yi Fan's body. It was like a golden bolt of lightning, causing the sun in the sky to lose its splendor. The golden book was dazzling, crossing the sky in the blink of an eye. Pft! Pft! 2 soft sounds were heard. The 2 men died with their eyes wide open. They were cut in half at the waist, and blood spurted high into the air. The upper half of their bodies fell to the ground with blood gushing out. The lower half of their bodies froze for a second before collapsing into a pool of blood. "You!" The woman was shocked, but she reacted quickly. She took out a purple net and threw it at Yi Fan. Clang, clang. The golden book was like a golden sun with a golden flame burning on it. It rushed towards the purple net, and the 2 created a series of clanging noises. The purple net cracked inch by inch and fell to the ground. The golden book rushed over and with a swoosh sound, the woman's head rolled to the ground. Yi Fan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. If he hadn't hidden his trump card and successfully misled them, he would have been the one lying in a pool of blood. "You want to kill me to steal my source, your deaths won't make me feel any guilt." After dealing with things here, Yi Fan flew away, not daring to waste a single moment. He had only run for 100 meters when he heard shouts coming from behind. There were still a few people who were catching up. Yi Fan hurriedly glanced back, and his expression instantly froze. Because he saw Li Xiaoman. He didn't know what kind of feeling he was having. After all, they had a relationship in the past. Even though it had ended a long time ago, this scene was still out of his expectations. They could be cold to each other, they could be strangers, but this was the scene. Are they chasing me or following her senior brothers and sisters to stop me? I hope it's the latter. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Even though he had already let go of that relationship and wouldn't be able to cause any ripples in him, if it was the former, it would be too bloody. Yi Fan ran between the mountain ridges as if he was running on flat ground. He was extremely fast. Suddenly, a series of bell chimes came from behind, echoing through the mountains. This is from Xiang Cave Heaven. When Yi Fan looked back, he realized that the few figures stopped after hearing the bell chimes and quickly ran back. The bell chimes can be heard for dozens of miles. They retreated after hearing the bell chimes. Could it be that Xiang Cave Heaven is summoning all the disciples to return to the mountain? Yi Fan's thoughts turned very quickly. In an instant, he thought of a possibility. Something unusual must have happened in Xiang Cave Heaven. The most likely possibility was that they knew the identity of the Jiang family knight. Not good. He flew far away. When he passed by a river, he took out the origin and threw it into the river bottom. The second expert of Xiang Cave Heaven can sense the aura of the origin. The other experts must be able to sense it as well. I can't bring it with me. I'll come back to get it in the future. Yi Fan was afraid that the experts of Xiang Cave Heaven would also chase after him and help the Jiang family knight. If that happened, it would be very troublesome. I can't run out of the mountains. I have to think in a reverse direction and catch them off guard. Yi Fan quickly ran back and came before a huge waterfall. He rushed in and stuck to the stone wall, allowing the water to continuously batter his body. Although his current cultivation level wasn't very high, he could still hold his breath for a long time. When he really couldn't hold on any longer, he could stick his head out to take a breath of fresh air. Just like that, Yi Fan hid for a full 3 days. During this period, people flew past him, but they didn't notice the waterfall below. After that, Yi Fan changed a few places to hide. He hid in the deep mountains for a full half a month without being discovered. That night, Yi Fan quietly left the mountain range where Xiang Cave Heaven was and walked out of the mountainous region. Several days later, he appeared 500 kilometers away, completely far away from that place. Thinking back to his experience in Xiang Cave Heaven, the thing that left the deepest impression on Yi Fan was Li Xiaomon's indifferent expression. She had advised him not to be unrealistic and to accept reality and be an ordinary mortal, giving people the feeling that she was superior. I should be able to shake off the Jiang family knight. I need to find a place to cultivate in peace as soon as possible. However, what Yi Fan never expected was that just 3 days later, he would see the Jiang family knight in an ancient city when he looked up into the sky. What a haunting ghost. The problem actually doesn't lie in that source. Yi Fan took out all the things he had. The white jade pendant was given to him by Wu Qingfeng, so it should not be a problem. There was also a broken piece of jade that was like a rotten stone, which was given to him by the unscrupulous Taoist Duanda, so it should not be a problem either. Then, he took out a bodhi seed the size of a walnut and said to himself, is it because of this? It would be a pity to lose this bodhi seed because it could help people to understand the Tao. Yi Fan had never regarded it as a treasure. He had always regarded it as the seed of the sacred tree. Now that he thought about it carefully, he found that the problem might be here. Maybe the treasure that Jiang Yichen sensed is this bodhi seed. Soon after, Yi Fan went to a restaurant and ordered some food to eat. It's really a small world. Suddenly, an old voice sounded in Yi Fan's ears. A skinny old man with white hair covered his face came to him like a ghost. Elder Han. Yi Fan was so surprised that he almost overturned the table. It was really unexpected to meet Elder Han at such a critical moment. It seems that we are fated. I was looking for you. Elder Han from the Spirit Ruin Grotto Heaven sat across the table. Elder Han, why are you looking for me? Elder Han was like a withered firewood. His flesh was shriveled, and only a layer of old skin wrapped around his bones. With his white hair covering his face, he looked very scary. He said gloomily, I have prepared endless elixirs for you, but I can't find you. I don't want to meet you here. Prepared a lot of elixirs for me? You are the main elixir, and the other elixirs are complementary, Elder Han said unhurriedly. Damn it, you old man. Yi Fan directly hit the table. It was useless to endure until now. Chapter 92. Elder Han did not get angry and was extremely calm. He poured himself a cup of tea and lifted the white hair on his face to take a sip. At this moment, Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Elder Han's fingers were like iron rods, each of them dry and withered, only a layer of old skin wrapped around the finger bones. After the white hair covering his face was lifted, his lower jaw was revealed, giving people goosebumps. It was like a ball of waste paper that had been kneaded out of shape, extremely wrinkled and dull. The most hair-raising thing was that the gums and teeth that were exposed within his shriveled lips were all jet black, without the slightest trace of blood or vitality. Even his tongue was shriveled. "Let's go." Elder Han took a sip of tea and gently put down the teacup. There was no vitality in his voice. Yi Fan really wanted to take out the golden book, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He knew very well that the difference in strength between cultivators of different realms was too great. "Elder Han, aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of the heavens by doing this? Refining a living person as medicine, even your fellow disciples won't tolerate you," Yi Fan said as he tried to come up with a countermeasure. If he were to fall into the other party's hands, it would be a fate worse than death. "I'm prepared. No one will know about this." Elder Han was like a piece of dead wood, quietly sitting on the opposite side of the table. The calmer he was, the more frightening he appeared. Yi Fan took out the jade pendant that Elder Wu Qingfeng gave him and said, "If you kill me, Elder Wu Qingfeng will know." Elder Han lightly pointed his finger, and a gloomy aura pressed down. The jade pendant shattered with a pang sound, and the bone-chilling coldness lingered for a long time. "This place is over 1,000 miles away from the spirit ruins utopia. Wu Qingfeng won't sense anything even if I shatter the jade pendant," Elder Han said indifferently. At this point, he smiled sinisterly and said, "Speaking of which, you're quite vigilant. That day in the ruins, I patted you lightly and secretly left a mark. Originally, I wanted to go back and capture you. Who would have thought that you would be one step ahead of me and escape from my sensing range? I only found you today. You old fart, we should be on our way." Elder Han stood up. The people in the building made way for him as if they were avoiding a ghost. Yi Fan was as agile as a cheetah and wanted to escape through the window. "Why do you need to do these useless things?" Elder Han stretched out his withered hand and pulled him back. Then, he used a great force to pull him down the stairs. Different realms were like a chasm that could not be crossed at all. Yi Fan's heart instantly sank. The other party had imprisoned him, and he could not use any strength at all. Outside the city, Elder Han muttered to himself, "I'll go visit an old friend first. He promised to help me collect some kind of spirit herb. It's about time. Now that I've found the main ingredient, I can start refining it." Yi Fan looked at the sky calmly. He was looking for the Jiang family's knight. He would rather be killed by the Jiang family than be refined to death. After half a day, when the sun was about to set, Elder Han and Yi Fan appeared in a mountain range. They were about to reach their destination. Why hasn't the Jiang family's knight appeared yet? Yi Fan was a little anxious. An old friend has come to visit. Elder Han transmitted his voice to a valley in front of him. The sound waves surged and echoed in the mountains. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky and rushed over quickly. The Jiang family's knight had been searching in the surrounding area. Attracted by the sound, he finally appeared. That knight was very powerful. He emitted a terrifying killing intent and battle intent. He was covered in a full body armor. When he swooped down on the wild beast, a strong gust of wind broke the surrounding grass and trees. "Who is it?" Elder Han pulled Yi Fan back. At the same time, a white-haired, sinister-looking old man walked out of the valley. He did not look like a good person at first glance. "Leave this young man here." The Jiang family's knight's voice was very cold. He glanced at Elder Han and the old man who walked out of the valley. Elder Han could feel the opponent's strength. However, he would never give up on Yi Fan. He shouted to the old man at the entrance of the valley, "Come and help me." "Chi!" The Jiang family's knight made a decisive move. A bloody light cut across the sky. It was a bloody iron spear. It was emitting a bloody light. God knew how many cultivators' blood it had drunk. It emitted a horrifying energy wave. Clang! Elder Han took out a green wooden ruler. Green light flickered as he faced it head-on. However, he was immediately sent flying. His entire body trembled, and he pulled Yi Fan as he quickly retreated, rushing towards the entrance of the valley. At this moment, the old man at the entrance of the valley also made a move. He took out a bronze mirror and shone it forward. A bright light rushed out from the mirror and shot towards the Jiang family's knight. Chi! 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 At the same time, Elder Han took out 12 green wooden swords. They drew a mysterious trajectory and sealed the surroundings, trapping the knight. Child's play. The knight showed no fear. He urged the strange beast he was riding on to soar into the sky. He dodged the bronze mirror's light and the bloody iron spear swept away the 12 green wooden swords. This person is too powerful. Don't hold back. Think of a way to eliminate him. Elder Han shouted anxiously. At the same time, he sealed Yi Fan and threw him into the valley. Bang! Yi Fan fell to the ground. He didn't dare to waste a second. He quickly used the mysterious method recorded in the Tao scripture to attack the restriction. Fortunately, Elder Han acted in a hurry and didn't know Yi Fan's background. His sealing method was really simple. The Tao scripture's mysterious method was soon activated and completely broke the restriction. You guys fight to the death. It's best if both sides suffer. Yi Fan came to the deepest part of the valley. He climbed the cliff and left this place. He quickly rushed out of the mountain range. When he saw a surging river, he didn't have any hesitation and directly dived in. After sinking into the river, he didn't know how many miles he rushed out. Only when the sky was filled with stars did Yi Fan come ashore. There were no signs of human habitation in the wilderness. He rested for a moment and then strode far away. An hour later, the front was brightly lit. He wasn't too far away from a town. Heh heh heh. Suddenly, a creepy laughter came from behind. Yi Fan was shocked. He didn't look back and directly flew forward. However, the creepy laughter was near and far. It was like a night owl crying and lingered around him. Old man, you are really lucky. Yi Fan stopped. He realized that he couldn't escape at all. In the darkness, Elder Han's skinny figure appeared like a ghost. His left arm was chopped off. His hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. He looked like a malicious spirit in the night. Yi Fan felt a chill from head to toe. This old thing wasn't killed by the Jiang family's knight. Now he was in a desperate situation. My poor old friend was chopped into meat paste. I tried my best to escape. Elder Han's voice was extremely cold. He sounded like a malicious spirit clenching his teeth. He didn't kill you. What a pity. Yi Fan mocked. Elder Han's eyes shot out 2 rays of cold lightning. He floated forward silently. His skinny body was emitting an aura of death. Yi Fan wanted to wait until he was close enough to take out the golden book and attack with all his might. However, he didn't have the chance. A green light lit up the night sky and enveloped him like a ghost fire, sealing him. In the darkness, Elder Han's skinny body approached Yi Fan. His white hair fluttered in the wind, revealing his skinny face. He looked very ferocious and scary. His 2 eye sockets were glowing with eerie light. I like fresh life. Your body is full of vitality. I think your blood must be sweet. Elder Han grabbed Yi Fan's arm and flew into the sky with him. Yi Fan's heart turned cold. He had tried so hard to escape for so many days, but in the end, he still couldn't escape death. I've left a mark on you. You can't escape. A green light rushed out of Elder Han's body and wrapped around Yi Fan. They disappeared into the sky in an instant. He did not return to the spiritual ruin grotto heaven. Instead, he brought Yi Fan to a barren mountain in the Yen kingdom. They entered a cave on a cliff and went deep into the mountain. Don't be afraid. Death is not painful. Elder Han's eyes shone with a terrifying light. The cave in the mountain was very deep. There were pearls along the way, so it was not dark at all. Elder Han quickly brought Yi Fan to a spacious stone room. The smell of herbs wafted through the air. There were more than 10 cauldrons in the room. They were all more than a meter tall and had complicated carvings on them. They looked very simple. I've finally gathered all the spiritual herbs. Ha ha ha. Elder Han laughed. His voice was very unpleasant to the ears. It sounded like a ghost crying, making one's scalp go numb. Apart from the cauldrons, there were more than 10 medicine cabinets in the stone room. Elder Han opened them one by one. Immediately, waves of medicinal fragrance filled the air. Look at what I've prepared for you. These are all spiritual herbs that have a price but no market. He opened a wooden box and immediately revealed a lotus seed the size of a pigeon egg. It was black and translucent, as if it was carved out of black jade. A strong fragrance wafted over and drilled into one's bones. Do you know what this is? This is the seed of the black jade divine lotus. It only produces one seed every 500 years. Its value is unimaginable. It contains endless life essence. Elder Han put down the wooden box and opened a simple and unadorned jade box. Immediately, a bright green light flowed out. It was a green fruit the size of an egg. It looked like it was carved out of jade. It had a gentle light flowing around it, sparkling and translucent. Do you know what this is? This is the fruit of the legendary green jade snow lotus. It grows on a snowy mountain that is tens of thousands of meters high. It doesn't see the sun for thousands of years and is surrounded by powerful monsters. It took me 8 years to get one. These things all contained extremely strong life essence. If Yi Fan consumed them, he would definitely be able to expand the bitter sea. Elder Han continued to walk forward and picked up another wooden box. After opening it, a faint red light immediately shot out. It was a 9-leaved strange grass that looked as if it was carved out of red jade. It was sparkling and had a special herbal fragrance wafting out. Do you know what this is? The legendary 9-leaved phoenix herb. Elder Han was very excited and said, according to legend, only land that has been stained with the blood of phoenixes can grow this kind of divine herb. I've spent more than 10 years traveling far from the Yen lands and traversing countless ancient lands and ruins to find this priceless and rare spiritual item. Elder Han kept opening the boxes and took out more than 10 spiritual herbs. Every one of them was extremely precious and rare. Their value was immeasurable. Within the abode, the light was brilliant. Various spirit herbs flowed with different colored lights and emitted waves of fragrance that refreshed the heart. Even in this situation, Yi Fan was dazzled. These rare spiritual herbs were too precious. If he could consume them, his cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Elder Han smiled bitterly, don't be jealous. When the time comes, I will put you all in the same cauldron. They will be with you. You have collected so many spiritual herbs. If you want to prolong your life, it is enough. Why did you capture me? If it was just to make the young Dan, it would be enough. But since I know you have consumed the legendary holy fruit and heavenly spring, my requirements are higher. Chapter 93. What pill do you want to refine? Yi Fan wanted to buy as much time as possible. He did not want to give up even at this moment. Of course it's an immortal pill that can help me cross the sea of suffering, cross the divine bridge, and reach the other shore. Elder Han seemed to have read his mind and sneered, there's no need to waste time. No one will come to save you. Just be at ease and prepare to be refined as the main ingredient. Aren't you afraid that the night will appear again? Yi Fan didn't panic or feel fear, instead extremely calm as he said, perhaps you still don't know that person's identity. Elder Han's expression did not change as he asked, what identity does he have? He comes from the clan of the ancients, the Jiang clan. Yi Fan sighed and continued, you've caused a great disaster for the spirit ruin wonderland. Perhaps you still don't know my true identity. I have some ties with the Jiang clan, and that night came to find me. Yi Fan said it like it was a serious matter and continued to speak. Elder Han's expression did not change as he listened quietly. In the end, he coldly said, "How could you possibly be friends with the Jiang clan? I once saved the young daughter of the Jiang family who was stranded outside and formed a great bond with them. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Mist Wonderland and see if I'm lying. Not long ago, I entered the Mist Wonderland with the Jiang clan." This. Elder Han's expression immediately changed. The Spirit Ruin Wonderland was one of the 6 major sects of the Yen land, so it was natural that they knew about the Jiang clan's invasion. Elder Han gritted his teeth. "No matter what you say, you won't be able to live." Yi Fan said with a serious expression, "Elder Han, you have to think about the consequences of offending the clan of the ancients. Don't think that you can do it without anyone knowing. You already fought with the Jiang clan knight today, so they will definitely be able to find some clues. Little brat, you're quite cunning even though you're still young. Do you think you can fool me like this? You're underestimating me." Elder Han suddenly laughed eerily. "The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. I finally understand what happened. That knight is indeed from the Jiang family. Not long ago, he barged into the Purple Yang Cave heaven. He must be chasing after you." Elder Han had lived for so many years, but even his eyelashes were blank. When he thought about what had happened recently, he could almost immediately guess what had happened. Yi Fan's heart went completely cold, and he said, "Old bastard Han, you think too highly of yourself. Just wait for disaster to descend upon you. Little brat, you sure are calm. Even now, you are still trying to deceive me. Just you wait, I will properly torture you." Elder Han laughed eerily. He picked up Yi Fan and said, "Don't worry. No one will disturb us. I have carved countless Tao patterns here. After I step into the cave, this place will be isolated from the outside world. No one will be able to find us." The knights of Jiang family were chasing after Yi Fan, which confused Elder Han a lot. At the same time, he was worried about Yi Fan. After all, he had robbed the so-called meat. Elder Han searched Yi Fan from head to toe. "There are only useless things on your body." He first picked up the broken jade and looked at it over and over again. Finally, he threw it on the ground. Yi Fan cursed the unscrupulous Daoist in his heart. That damn fatty had sworn that this jade pendant could save his life at a crucial moment. In the end, it had been useless. Duanda. Duanda. Damn you. You are so wicked. What is this? Elder Han held the Bodhi seed and carefully observed the Buddha diagram on it. He said, "A diagram formed by natural patterns. Why does this baldy look so familiar? There seems to be such baldies outside the eastern wilderness." Baldy. Yi Fan was speechless. Elder Han put away the Bodhi seed and faced Yi Fan. He said, "All right, it is time to send you into the cauldron. Elder Han, I don't have long to live. Can you give me a full meal? Don't waste your time. So what if you can stall for time? Just hurry up and go in." Elder Han carried Yi Fan to the cauldrons. He said, "Pick one. This is your only right." Yi Fan knew he didn't have a chance and started cursing. "Old man Han, I'm going to curse you, I'm going to curse your ancestors, I'm going to kiss your 18 generations of female relatives." Elder Han was as calm as an ancient well. He turned a deaf ear and threw Yi Fan into the cauldron. Then, he walked to a corner of the stone room and moved a few large porcelain jars over. He poured a strange liquid into the cauldron. "What is this?" Yi Fan felt waves of fragrance rush into his nose. "This is a liquid extracted from all kinds of herbs. It is essential for making medicine. If you continue to purify it, you will be able to get the 100 herbs potion." As he spoke, Elder Han poured all the liquid from the jars into the cauldron. Then, Elder Han moved all the rare spiritual medicines in front of him and said, "Finally, I have gathered all the spiritual medicines. I hope I can successfully make the spiritual medicine I need." At this point, he first took out the seed of the black jade divine lotus. The seed was as big as a pigeon's egg. It was black and translucent, sparkling and translucent. It released rays of black light, and its fragrance directly rushed into one's internal organs. Just this fragrance alone was enough to make one feel refreshed. Little bastard, do you want to swallow it? Elder Han stared at Yi Fan and snickered, don't have unrealistic fantasies. At this point, he placed the lotus seed into the cauldron and pulled out a dagger. With a pu sound, he stabbed Yi Fan's left arm. The moment the dagger was pulled out, blood flowed out. You, alchemy, alchemy. You are the main ingredient and the essence is in your flesh. Of course, I have to let your blood flow out and sacrifice it to the cauldron. Elder Han displayed his cruel side at this moment. He caressed his broken arm and said, to find you, I lost an arm today. Of course, I have to refine you well. I can only succeed, I cannot fail. Ugh. Blood splattered everywhere. Elder Han's dagger pierced through Yi Fan's right arm. Fresh blood gushed out and dyed the cauldron red. Elder Han revealed his ferocious nature and was no longer lifeless. 2 rays of light shot out of his eyes and pierced through Yi Fan's legs as well. Yi Fan felt excruciating pain in his limbs and his face paled. Don't dream of a miracle. After Elder Han said this, he directly stabbed the dagger into Yi Fan's chest and said coldly, I won't hurt your heart, so you won't die immediately. Soak in this 100 grass serum and you should be able to live for a long time. I want you to stay awake and slowly refine the medicine I need. Elder Han, like a ghost, stuck out his dry tongue and licked the blood on the dagger. He appeared extremely ferocious and said, such a sweet taste. I can't wait for the moment when the Dan is formed. You old bastard. Yi Fan clenched his teeth in anger. He felt pain all over his body and his life was slowly slipping away. At this time, Elder Han opened a simple and unadorned jade box and took out the green jade snow lotus's fruit. He placed it into the medicine cauldron, and the green godly essence made the liquid inside shine brilliantly. Little brat, you should be content. To be able to fuse with so many spiritual herbs is the fortune you've cultivated for 10 lifetimes. Fortune my ass, I greet all the females in your family. Yi Fan cursed. He wanted nothing more than to skin Elder Han alive. His blood kept flowing and he felt his life was draining away. At this time, Elder Han picked up a 9-leaved grass that looked like a red jade. His hand was shining with red light. Legend has it that only pure lands that have been tainted with the blood of the phoenix can grow this rare spiritual medicine. After putting the 9-leaf divine phoenix grass into the cauldron, he suddenly frowned and muttered to himself, no, it's too risky to put all these spirit herbs in. If it fails, then it'll be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. He hesitated and said, why don't I first brew the main ingredient, and if it succeeds, then add the other spirit herbs. He only put in 3 kinds of rare spiritual medicines and stopped. The medicine cabinet was shining brightly and fragrant. Spiritual medicines of different colors were all surrounded by red light. None of them were weaker than the 3 spiritual medicines he just put into the cauldron. First, I will refine these 3 spiritual medicines together with the main ingredient and see what happens. Elder Han made up his mind and put away all the other spiritual medicines. Little bastard, do you have any last words? Elder Han mocked. He took the cauldron lid and was about to close it. Yi Fan was extremely weak and said, old man, can you hit your head on this cauldron and die? Bang! Elder Han put the lid on the cauldron and started to refine the medicine. A normal fire couldn't make a spiritual Dan. He drew out the fire fiend from underground. The milky white light flickered and jumped up and down under the cauldron. The reason why he opened a secret cave here was because of the fire fiend underground. It was the strongest flame he could control at his level. Little bastard, to find you, I lost my left arm. I will refine you for 7 days and 7 nights. I will torture you and turn you into a Dan. Elder Han caressed his broken arm and said coldly. Chapter 94. Silver flames flickered and endlessly surged out from the ground, emitting a gentle glow. There was a fluctuation of spirit energy, and the holy brilliance continuously entered the medicine cauldron. The entire stone room was surrounded by a pure white light, like a faint mist. It looked hazy, like an immortal's cave, filled with dense spirit energy. This kind of fire fiend was not ordinary. In addition to having a suitable temperature, the most important thing was that it could provide a special spirit energy to melt the herbs, condense the essence of life, and sacrifice it into a spirit pill. The silver flames danced, and the bronze medicine cauldron was shrouded in milky white spirit energy. It looked like it was alive, and the patterns on it seemed to have come alive. Elder Han quietly sat to the side with his eyes closed, guarding the medicine cauldron. His withered body did not have any signs of life. At this moment, inside the sealed medicine cauldron, Yi Fan only felt one thing, and that was pain. His limbs were pierced, and his chest was also pierced. Blood flowed out, and all 5 wounds were very serious. He felt extremely weak. However, just like Elder Han said, his life was not in danger for a short period of time. His body was soaked in the dark green medicinal liquid, and after the wounds were moisturized, the bleeding had already stopped. At this time, the inside of the cauldron became hotter and hotter. Many bubbles appeared in the medicinal liquid, and the temperature continued to rise. The medicinal liquid reached Yi Fan's chin. He wanted to struggle, but his body was sealed by Elder Han, and he could not move at all. This way of dying is too depressing, I really don't want to, gulp, gulp. Yi Fan began to drink the medicinal liquid in large gulps. Right now, he could only move his mouth. If he could move his hands, he would definitely grab the 9-leaf phoenix grass not far away and swallow it. Because he had lost too much blood, Yi Fan's consciousness was a bit blurry. He bit his lips and said, "I can't die." He had lost a lot of blood. If it was someone else, they would have died a long time ago. Although his wounds were no longer bleeding under the nourishment of the medicinal liquid, he still could not hold on and fell into a semi-conscious state. "I can't lose consciousness completely, or else I'll die." Yi Fan was groggy. He was half awake and half confused, but he was trying his best to hold on. In this trance-like state, many familiar people and scenes appeared in his mind one by one. His gray-haired parents were calling him to come home, his cousin who got married after giving birth told him to attend the wedding, his 18-year-old cousin who was admitted to her ideal school smiled and stretched out her hand to ask for a gift, his good friends were blaming him for disappearing for such a long time. His family and friends from his hometown all appeared in Yi Fan's mind. Many people were shouting and reaching out to him, trying to pull him over. He kept running forward, but he couldn't get close to those people. Then, the people and things in this world appeared in his mind one by one. Pang Bo, who had a strong demonic aura, was struggling bitterly, Little Tingting, who was in the Jiang family with tears in her eyes, Elder Han, who had a ferocious and cold smile, even Li Xiaomon's figure flashed by. From looking at each other across the sea to forgetting each other, and then to facing each other coldly in the end, she told him that immortals and mortals were 2 different worlds, and that he shouldn't have any unrealistic fantasies. He should just be a normal person. "I can't die. I want to go home, there are still so many family and friends waiting for me." Yi Fan's consciousness was blurry, and he let out a sleep-talking voice. Elder Han, who was beside the medicine cauldron, opened his eyes and said, "Slowly savor the taste of death." At this moment, more spiritual power leaked out from the fire spirit under the medicine cauldron. The holy silver flame danced and actually enveloped the bronze medicine cauldron gradually. Inside the medicine cauldron, countless bubbles appeared in the green liquid and surrounded Yi Fan. Moreover, there was a silver brilliance flowing around. That was the unique spiritual power of the fire spirit. Just as Yi Fan was about to lose consciousness, a trickle of water appeared in his heart. Hundreds of ancient characters slowly flowed past and stabilized his mind, allowing him to slowly wake up. Yi Fan gradually woke up, and he was shocked. Last time, the Jiang family's knights heavily injured him, and when he fell into a coma, it was the ancient scripture that woke him up. It was the same this time. At this moment, the temperature in the medicine cauldron was getting higher and higher, and the green liquid was about to boil. Yi Fan had no other choice but to silently recite the ancient scripture and endure it. Just at this moment, he felt a strange change. Silver brilliance rushed into his body and kept swimming around his flesh and blood. It was very lively. That was the spiritual power contained in the fire spirit. It could melt herbs, condense life essence, and refine spiritual pills. At this moment, it completely treated Yi Fan as a spiritual medicine. After rushing into his sealed body, it kept swimming around. As a result, the imprisoned life essence became active, and the power of the seal that Elder Han left behind was slowly loosening. Finally, Yi Fan was surprised and overjoyed. He found that he could actually move and break free from the seal. Elder Han would never have thought that the special spiritual power of the fire spirit would be able to break his seal. At this moment, the liquid in the medicine cauldron was already boiling. Yi Fan felt a sharp pain as if his flesh was being torn apart. He hurriedly used the mysterious technique recorded in the Tao scripture, and a large amount of life essence overflowed from his sea of bitterness, flowing to his limbs and bones. The surface of his body flickered with light, blocking the boiling medicinal liquid. Yi Fan was silent and didn't move. He quietly sat there and constantly used the mysterious technique of the Tao scripture, gathering a large amount of life essence from the medicine cauldron for him to use and heal his wounded body. An hour later, Yi Fan opened his eyes, and two cold lightnings suddenly appeared in the medicine cauldron. He reached out his hand and grabbed the lotus seed that the black jade divine lotus produced. The lotus seed was huge and shaped like a pigeon's egg. Its entire body was crystal clear, as if it was carved out of black jade. It flickered with brilliance, and a misty brilliance flowed out, illuminating Yi Fan's palm. This kind of rare spirit herb could not be melted in a short time. Otherwise, Elder Han wouldn't have said that it would take 7 days and 7 nights to refine it. Yi Fan put the lotus seed in his mouth, slowly chewing and swallowing. His mouth seemed to have countless pieces of jade sparkling, and the strong life essence overflowed. His mouth seemed to contain a divine object, which was incomparably dazzling. Next to the bronze medicine cauldron, Elder Han seemed to have heard a little noise. He sat there motionlessly, revealing a ruthless sneer on the corner of his mouth. Can't hold it anymore? Soaking in the life original fluid, even if the temperature rises and the flesh is torn, you will suffer a lot. You won't be able to breathe in a short time. Elder Han didn't have the slightest bit of pity or sympathy. He closed his eyes and became silent again. In the bronze medicine cauldron, Yi Fan's face was expressionless. His mouth was full of energy, and a black light flashed up. The lotus seed was crushed and swallowed. Then, he closed his eyes and started to operate the mysterious technique recorded in the scripture of Tao. His body suddenly sparkled with a crystal luster. After 2 hours, Yi Fan's bitter sea suddenly emitted a golden light. His blood and qi were all restored, and his essence qi was surging. At the same time, the golden bitter sea surged up violently, as if a tsunami was about to happen. A terrible vision appeared. Yi Fan used his great willpower to suppress and stop the bitter sea from expanding. At the same time, he purposely made some noises to attract Elder Han's attention. When the cauldron's lid was opened, he would take out the golden book and launch a thunderous strike. What's that noise? Why does it sound like the surging waves? Elder Han opened his eyes and revealed a strange look. He said to himself, the supreme grade spirit pellets will have a vision when they are out of the cauldron. Could it be that not only will my pellets succeed, but it will also be a supreme grade pellet? Yi Fan clenched his teeth. He desperately wanted Elder Han to open the cauldron's lid, but after hearing such words, he could only withdraw some of his power. The faint sound of waves came out of the bronze cauldron. It really is the sound of waves. Elder Han revealed a hint of excitement. When someone before me was refining pellets, this kind of vision appeared before. Legend has it that when the sound is the loudest, it will be deafening. It is as if you are facing a surging sea. Could it be that I am about to make a supreme pellet? Damn you! Yi Fan wanted to curse out loud. Elder Han had no intention of opening the cauldron's lid, so he couldn't use his ultimate attack. Rumble. At this time, Yi Fan made the sound even louder. Waves of waves surged, and his body shone with a golden light. The bitter sea was slowly opening. The ancients did not deceive me. Next to the bronze cauldron, Elder Han exclaimed, I have been refining pellets all my life, but I have never encountered such a vision. This must be a supreme pellet. Yi Fan could no longer hold on. He could not suppress the violent essence energy inside the bitter sea. At this moment, the golden bitter sea surged and the terrifying tsunami completely erupted. In an instant, the divine light blazed, and the waves reached the sky. It was deafening. It was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses galloping, and it was as if countless meteorites were crashing into the earth. In the midst of the terrifying tsunami, there was also the rumbling of thunder. Lightning tore through the sky and intertwined above the golden bitter sea. At this moment, Yi Fan was extremely nervous. The golden book flashed, ready to be released at any time to kill the enemy. However, Elder Han was already excited beyond belief. He said, the ancients did not deceive me, the legend is actually true. He stood up and paced around the bronze medicine cauldron, practically dancing with joy. There is the sound of tsunami and thunder. It is exactly the same as what is recorded in the ancient books. Legend has it that this is the sign of a supreme pellet before it is refined. Yi Fan didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. He carefully prepared to kill in one blow, but Elder Han refused to open the cauldron's lid and even found such a convincing reason. Damn you! Yi Fan cursed under his breath. He calmed down and began to concentrate on opening the golden bitter sea. The ancients did not deceive me. Elder Han was so excited that he kept dancing. Chapter 95. Elder Han had never been as happy as he was today. The wrinkles on his old face had all melted away. He was so excited that he danced and laughed. At this moment, Yi Fan was like an ancient well without any ripples. He focused on opening the sea of bitterness and calmed his heart to cultivate. The sound of waves did not stop, the tsunami shook the sky, and there were even lightning and thunder. The loud sound echoed in the stone room. Elder Han's heart was filled with desire. He hoped that the 7 days would pass quickly. The bronze medicine cauldron was enveloped by the silver flame, constantly absorbing the spiritual energy. The holy light overflowed in all directions, and the entire stone room was hazy. This continued for more than 4 hours before the sound of the waves slowly subsided. The deafening thunder also gradually disappeared. The bronze medicine cauldron calmed down, and only the silver flame was burning. Elder Han was not worried. It would take 7 days and 7 nights to open the lid of the cauldron. The strange phenomenon could not be accompanied forever. He had already determined that this was a cauldron of supreme-grade spiritual pills, because it was exactly the same as what was recorded in the ancient books. Just like this, a full day and night passed. The medicine cauldron was still very calm. Only the fire spirit was jumping, and the milky white light flickered continuously. Inside the bronze medicine cauldron, Yi Fan fell into an ethereal state. Only now did he gradually wake up. The golden sea of bitterness was opened up again, and it was much bigger. It was as big as an unpeeled lychee. It was golden, like a bright star in the universe had been plucked and fixed in his body. There were suddenly 27 divine marks. They were like divine chains, and also like bolts of lightning, lying across the sky of the sea of bitterness. And the most peculiar change was that there were actually ripples in the sea of bitterness. Bubbles constantly surged out from the center, and after they burst, they formed a misty fog that shrouded the golden sea of bitterness. Yi Fan opened his eyes and clearly felt the changes in the sea of bitterness. There was a vigorous life force appearing in his body. His eyes shot out 2 beams of divine light. He was not satisfied with this, and he reached out to grab the green jade snow lotus fruit. This egg-sized green fruit had a trace of green flowing around it. It was intoxicating. It seemed to be polished from the green jade spirit marrow. It flowed with a gentle light, crystal clear, and flashed with a green splendor. The green jade snow lotus fruit was extremely rare. The mother plant grew on a snowy mountain tens of thousands of meters high, and it could only grow after 1,000 years without sunlight. It was surrounded by powerful monsters. It took Elder Han 8 years to pick one by luck. After the fruit entered his hand, Yi Fan felt a bone-chilling coldness. The boiling medicinal liquid did not melt the green jade snow lotus fruit. He carefully tasted it, like biting an apple. Of course, he was very careful this time and did not make a single sound. Everything was carried out in silence. After all, a day and a night had passed. According to common sense, he should have been cooked thoroughly by now. The green jade-like fruit tasted sweet and refreshing, but it was as cold as ice. It made Yi Fan's body shiver uncontrollably. The vigorous life force quickly spread to his limbs and meridians. Finally, beams of green light shrouded Yi Fan. His skin was green like jade, shining with a strange luster. The temperature in the medicine cauldron kept dropping, and the medicinal liquid was no longer boiling. An hour later, the sound of a tsunami came from the bronze medicine cauldron again. This time, the momentum was even greater. Accompanied by thunder and lightning, the big cauldron was gently shaking. The entire stone room was rumbling, making Elder Han feel like he was facing a vast and boundless sea of anger. His emotions fluctuated as he muttered to himself, "Another strange phenomenon, the treasure dam will be formed." Elder Han seemed to become more than 10 years younger. He laughed heartily, and his heart was full of expectation. He could not wait for the 7 days to pass immediately. There were tens of thousands of deafening waves. Lightning flashed across the sky, and thunder shook the vault of heaven, causing the stone room to constantly tremble. The day the dam is formed will be the day I break through. Elder Han was in high spirits and was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He felt that with such a great dam in hand, breaking through the bottleneck and going up a few steps wouldn't be a problem. Inside the bronze medicine cauldron, loud noises shook the sky and strange phenomena appeared. However, only sounds could be heard from the outside. Elder Han could not calm down and continued to walk around the cauldron. This time, the tsunami and thunder lasted for 6 hours before it gradually calmed down. The stone room slowly returned to its peaceful state. After the medicine cauldron is sealed, it cannot be opened again. I can only wait for 7 days. Elder Han's only regret was that he was too cautious and didn't put all the other rare spiritual medicines inside. Otherwise, more strange phenomena would have appeared, and the auspicious rainbow mentioned in the ancient books might have come true. Even so, Elder Han was still confident. He believed that he had firmly grasped onto this great fortune and nothing could change it. After another day and night, Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with divine splendor and his body was full of vitality. The wounds on his limbs and chest had completely disappeared. Not even a scar was left. Yi Fan's golden sea of bitterness changed again. It expanded by a whole circle. At the center, the ripples were even more violent. Bubbles were like a spring that constantly rushed out. After they burst, they formed a misty mist that completely shrouded that area. This made the sea of bitterness extremely mysterious. At this moment, Yi Fan was just like Elder Han. His heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Their feelings right now were exactly the same. He could not be satisfied with this. He extended his hand and grabbed the divine phoenix grass. It was hot and made people feel waves of divine energy. Legend had it that only pure lands that had been tainted with the divine phoenix's blood could grow such a divine grass. Elder Han had spent more than 10 years traveling through countless ancient lands and ruins to find this one. It could be said that it was priceless. The 9-leaf divine phoenix grass was as dazzling as red agate. There was a strange fragrance wafting around it. It was refreshing and intoxicating. Yi Fan put it in his mouth. After chewing a few times, the divine grass turned into a dazzling red glow and rushed into his body. Immediately, his body was shrouded in a mysterious red halo as if there was a red flame burning. If it was a normal person's body, they would have turned into ashes by now. However, Yi Fan's physique was extremely special. The sea of bitterness was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. All the dazzling red glow was like thousands of streams returning to the sea. In the end, it was all absorbed. At this moment, his flesh, organs, and bones were incomparably crystal clear. There was no dust or dirt. It was like a beautiful work of art. His skin was also shining with a crystal luster. The power of life was slowly circulating. When the tsunami and thunder occurred, Elder Han stood up again in shock. He walked around the bronze cauldron and said, "I am indeed blessed by the heavens." When Yi Fan woke up again, he found that the golden sea of bitterness had grown, but it had not expanded too much. Because, the further one cultivated, the more difficult it was. The effects of the three types of spirit medicines were similar, so the first one was the largest. After the three rare spirit medicines were refined, Yi Fan's sea of bitterness underwent an astonishing change. At the very center, there was a colorful mist rising, and there were countless divine markings. It was as if there was a volcano reviving under the sea of bitterness. Bubbles were gushing out, and there were constantly rays of light rushing out of the sea. Yi Fan understood this, and did not feel confused. The cultivators of the bitter sea stage had to go through several processes. At first, there was only a small amount of life essence lingering over the sea of bitterness. Over time, the essence would accumulate and condense into divine markings, like a divine iron chain hanging over the sea of bitterness. As the sea of bitterness continued to expand and the cultivation base deepened, there would be bubbles gushing out, and when they burst, they would form clouds. Until later, the bubbles under the sea of bitterness were like a spring, like a volcano reviving, clouds rising and diffusing, dazzling. One day, when the volcano under the sea of bitterness was completely revived, the dazzling clouds would gradually turn into liquid, and at that moment, one could attempt to break through to the life spring stage. If successful, there would be a divine spring gushing out from the crater. The cultivators of the bitter sea stage must go through these three processes in order to break through to the life spring stage. Yi Fan had experienced the second process today. At the center of the golden sea of bitterness, it was almost boiling, chi was gushing out like a spring, clouds were rising, like a volcano was reviving, constantly erupting, extremely dazzling. If I refine all the rare spirit medicines that Elder Han collected, find a place to cultivate, and carefully comprehend the Tao scriptures, maybe I can break through to the life spring stage in 1 or 2 years. Yi Fan said to himself. He faintly had a kind of expectation. However, he must first get rid of the danger in front of him and save his own life, otherwise everything was just a dream. After Yi Fan completely refined the 3 spirit medicines, he did not act rashly. He was quietly waiting for an opportunity. 3 days had already passed, and he still had to wait for 4 more days before he could open the cauldron. The liquid inside the cauldron could be used to extract the 100 grass liquid. There was half a cauldron, and although it could not compare to the 9-leaf phoenix divine grass and other spirit medicines, it still contained a large amount of life essence. It was still early, and Yi Fan naturally would not let it go. He quietly meditated, absorbing the essence into his body. 2 days later, Elder Han felt a little strange, because there was no more strange phenomenon, and the fragrance from the cauldron became fainter and fainter. In the end, there was almost no fragrance at all. What's going on? He was somewhat suspicious, and finally seemed to have thought of something. He said to himself, could it be that the precious Dan has just formed, and the essence is restrained? That's right, it must be like this. Legend has it that when a precious Dan is about to form, all the essence is restrained, and not a shred of fragrance will leak out. Not a single medicinal effect will be wasted. Elder Han was very excited, and he said, now I can be sure that I have successfully refined the legendary precious Dan. In these 2 days, Yi Fan had completely absorbed the essence within the medicinal liquid. His sea of bitterness surged like a spring, and clouds rose like an awakened volcano. It could be said that he was surrounded by multicolored light, dense spiritual energy, and a misty colorful mist. Calculating the time, there were still 2 more days before he could open the cauldron. Yi Fan was very calm, and he quietly waited for an opportunity. He began to refine the spiritual energy contained within the evil fire. Specks of silver light continuously rushed into his body. Time passed very quickly, and 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Elder Han could not stop laughing, and he was about to open the cauldron to take out the precious Dan. Little bastard, you can only blame yourself for eating the legendary holy fruit and heavenly spring. In your next life, go to a good family. In this life, you are destined to help me. Chapter 96. Yi Fan's heart was very calm. He adjusted himself to his peak state and was ready to attack at any time. The golden book inside his sea of bitterness was flickering with a strange light. Elder Han thought he was blessed by the heavens and was very excited. He reached out his trembling right hand and grabbed the lid of the cauldron. He used all his strength to lift it up. In his mind, a great cauldron of treasured dawn was about to appear. Sure enough, the golden light was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. It flew towards Elder Han in an instant. At first, he thought the dawn were intelligent and rushed out of the cauldron on their own. However, his soul suddenly left his body. He felt like he had fallen from heaven straight into hell. Where was there any precious pill? It was clearly a piece of dazzling divine metal that was quickly slicing towards his neck. In addition, there was a youth with delicate features sitting cross-legged within the bronze medicinal cauldron. He was completely unharmed, and he hadn't been refined into a pill at all. He was currently staring unblinkingly at him. Not good. Elder Han's entire body was covered in cold sweat as he screamed in fear. He wanted to fly away, but it was already too late. The golden light arrived like lightning and cut open his throat. Blood spurted out and the pain made Elder Han dizzy. His vision turned black and he fell backward, landing heavily in a pool of blood. The golden paper was extremely sharp and cut open Elder Han's neck. Only a layer of old skin was left and blood was gushing out. However, Elder Han was still a powerful cultivator. Even though he looked old and could die at any moment, his body contained a large amount of heavenly energy. Even though his neck was cut open, he did not die immediately. He reached out his right hand and pressed on his head, wanting to reconnect it. At the same time, his sea of bitterness flickered with a blinding brilliance. The heavenly spring surged and provided him with a powerful vitality. At the same time, several green wooden swords rushed out and flew towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Between different realms, there was indeed a chasm that could not be crossed. If he had not been careful and patiently attacked at the last moment, he would not have had any hope of killing Elder Han. He was as agile as a cheetah. He leaped up and hid behind the bronze cauldron, controlling the resplendent golden book to slash forward. After all, Elder Han had suffered serious injuries, and it was hard to say whether he would survive or not. The green wooden swords were still very resplendent when they first rushed out. The sword chi was swift and fierce, and green radiance shot out in all directions. However, the radiance quickly dimmed, and the green wooden swords swayed back and forth, as if they were about to fall. Clang, clang, clang. The golden paper was even sharper than divine metal. The brilliant divine splendor was as dazzling as a scorching sun, as if it was burning. In that instant, it intercepted the green wooden swords, and as it spun around, it released a wave of sonorous sounds as it sliced through all of them. Yi Fan did not dare to be careless. The golden book turned into a divine rainbow that tore through the dark sky like a bright moon. It exploded out with a terrifying energy ripple and rushed towards Elder Han's abdomen. In the dazzling radiance, blood splattered. With a kpu sound, Elder Han's bitter sea instantly collapsed. His body was sent flying, heavily slamming into the wall of the stone chamber, leaving behind a human-shaped blood-red mark, and slowly slid to the bottom of the wall. Golden rays of light shone, thousands of auspicious lights. The golden book turned into a dazzling ray of light, rushing back into Yi Fan's body. Elder Han had not completely died. He used his right arm to firmly press down on his head, preventing it from rolling off his neck. One could imagine how terrifying a cultivator that surpassed the bitter sea stage was. It was not something that an ordinary person could deal with. Yi Fan secretly wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. If he had not quietly endured for 7 days and did not act rashly, it would have been impossible to kill Elder Han. At this moment, Elder Han's eyes were spitting fire. He could not accept this fact. He did not see a peerless treasure pill, but instead waited for the scythe of the Grim Reaper. This was simply unbelievable. He had suddenly fallen from heaven to hell. This uncomfortable feeling made him go crazy. Goo. Elder Han's throat that had been cut open was dripping with blood, and at the same time blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. It was difficult for him to speak. His eyes were wide open, staring fixedly at Yifan. Why? In the end, Elder Han spat out some unclear words with difficulty. He seemed to be unable to swallow his last breath, and did not want to die like this. Do you really think I'm a monkey? Yifan was not careless. He very calmly looked at Elder Han. Unfortunately, you're not a grand elder. Elder Han's wound was overflowing with blood. He opened his mouth with difficulty. I hate. Pooh. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair. There was a great grievance in his heart. Everything had been perfect, but the final result was so cruel that he couldn't accept it even if he died. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon that you can pinch however you want? You dared to refine me like a divine medicine. A cruel person like you deserves this ending. Yifan stood not far from him and mercilessly attacked. Your death was not unjust at all. I endured for 7 days and 7 nights before finally using this fatal attack. Be a good person in your next life, or else you will not have a good ending. Elder Han's heart was filled with anger. His neck was almost broken, but he still did not want to swallow his last breath. Blood continued to spurt out from his mouth as he gritted his teeth. His words were unclear as he said, I can't, you deserve to die. Yifan looked at Elder Han and opened the medicine cabinets next to him. Immediately, waves of fragrance assailed his nostrils. He took out more than 10 rare spirit medicines that were not any weaker than the divine phoenix grass. Old man, I can see that you're very hard-working. You've worked hard your whole life, comparable to an old ox. You've collected so many rare spirit medicines that normal people wouldn't even dare to think about. Truly admirable. Here, I can only say, thank you. I'll accept them. You. Elder Han was so angry that he coughed up more blood. His eyes were spitting fire. If he could move, he would want to swallow Yifan alive. Don't worry, I won't let your hard work go to waste. I'll make good use of these rare treasures and try to break through to the Life Spring realm in 2 years. You, Motherf *Ker. When these 3 words came out of Elder Han's mouth, it was unavoidably shocking, but it truly expressed his greatest indignation. You have to be calm when you're in trouble. Opportunities are always given to those who are prepared. Yifan had a faint smile on his lips as he mocked, the ancients did not deceive me. When he heard the words, the ancients did not deceive me, Elder Han completely went crazy. Blood gushed out of his mouth like a mountain spring. He spat out the last few words, the ancients. I hate, Elder Han was angered to death. His right hand drooped down and his head rolled to the ground. He died a violent death. His eyes were wide open, and he died with a grievance. In your next life, find a good family. Yifan said the exact same words as Elder Han. It was easy to imagine that when the two said these words, their feelings were exactly the same, but the result was completely different. If Elder Han knew this, he would definitely spit out 3 liters of blood and struggle to get up. Yifan strode to a corner of the stone room, grabbed his Bodhi seed from the stone table, and put it into his bosom. This mysterious Bodhi seed could help people understand the Tao. Its value was immeasurable. If this news were to spread, all the cultivators in the Eastern Barren Territory would come to steal it. Moreover, it could be predicted that the more powerful the cultivator, the more they would value this mysterious seed. Because the further they went, the harder it would be to cultivate. Every time they were enlightened, it would be an unimaginable opportunity. Yifan's cultivation level was still low, so it was hard for him to experience it. He didn't know how difficult it was to understand the Tao in the later stages of cultivation. At that time, all treasures and medicines would be useless. The true peak cultivators needed to understand to break through. Chapter 97. When everything was settled and Elder Han was taken care of, Yifan calmed down and sat on the stone chair. He started to think about what to do next. The Jiang family's knights were chasing after him. He didn't have enough power and couldn't fight them at all. It was not good for him to show his face. The best choice was to hide and increase his cultivation. Without a doubt, this cave dwelling that was built in the belly of the mountain was a very good hiding place. Elder Han once said that there were many Tao patterns carved on the mountain rocks, and outsiders would not be able to sense and discover this place. Alright, I'll cultivate here. After Yi Fan made his decision, he started to clean up the stone room. First, he put Elder Han's body into the medicine cauldron and closed the lid. You've been refining medicine all your life. Use this cauldron as a coffin and rest in peace in your cave abode. This cave abode was very spacious like a maze. Yi Fan carefully made some marks and moved forward. He carried the medicine cauldron to the deepest part of the mountain and sealed it in a stone cave. After returning to the stone room, Yi Fan continued to clean up. He put the medicine cabinets back where they were and put the rare spirit herbs back into them. It was the best place to store them. Other than the medicine cabinets, there were also a dozen bronze medicine cauldrons, a few stone tables, and a few stone chairs. On a stone table, there were 2 ancient books made of animal skin. They looked very old, at least a few hundred years old. It was obvious that Elder Han often flipped through it. The stone table and the stone chair were very smooth from the friction. There was an open book with Elder Han's notes on it. Yi Fan revealed a shocked expression. There were only a few pieces of beast skin that had been flipped open. There were many strange patterns engraved on them, and there were almost no words. They looked like scribbles that could not be recognized. If Elder Han didn't leave some notes, Yi Fan really couldn't understand the meaning of those strange patterns. It's Tao patterns. He was shocked. Although it was only a few pages, it was a precious ancient book that recorded Tao patterns. It was said that the Tao pattern was something that the almighty figures of ancient times had comprehended the nature of heaven and earth. After obtaining something, they had copied it down, and some of it had been passed down through the generations. In a sense, Tao patterns were imitations of the ancient almighty figures. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more they liked to study the Tao patterns that were passed down in the world. Yi Fan looked carefully. From the limited ancient words, he knew that this was just an ordinary Tao pattern ancient book with the word basic on it. However, an ordinary Tao pattern ancient book was also very difficult for Elder Han. He wrote many notes, and there were many parts that he couldn't understand. It seems that Tao patterns are indeed profound. Only powerful cultivators can't study it. Even Elder Han is only at the doorstep. Yi Fan instantly realized that the Tao patterns outside this cave abode were most likely carved by Elder Han according to this book. Although I can't understand this book, I have to carefully study the things it marked. Otherwise, it is very likely that I won't be able to leave this cave abode. Yi Fan opened another animal skin ancient book. It was also only a few pages. It was just a book that recorded some ancient Dan recipes. After refining, it would be of great benefit to cultivators. However, Yi Fan's understanding of spirit medicine was limited. Even if the herbs mentioned in the book were placed in front of him, he wouldn't necessarily be able to recognize them, let alone start the furnace to refine the Dan. The animal skin ancient book had a clear record that if one could find a sacred medicine that could transform one's body, they could refine a strange Dan. Not only could it increase the cultivator's lifespan, but it could also greatly increase the cultivator's cultivation. It was of great benefit to cultivators of any realm. No wonder this old man wanted to catch me. Later, Yi Fan found a mountain spring in the cave abode and a lot of food that Elder Han had stored. This immediately solved his worries and he could completely cultivate here with peace of mind. In the next few days, he carefully studied the annotations of Elder Han on the ancient book of Taoist patterns. Finally, he saw some clues and successfully walked out of the cave abode. After that, Yi Fan lived in seclusion. Occasionally, he went out to pick some berries and wild vegetables. Most of the time, he was cultivating and comprehending the Taoist scriptures. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Yi Fan had taken all the spirit medicine. The golden sea of bitterness had been expanded to the size of half a fist. It was dazzling, and the essence was endless. In the center of the sea of bitterness, the clouds were rolling like smoke, rushing straight up. It was no longer diffuse and lingering, but like an active volcano erupting. Yifan's golden sea of bitterness could not stay calm. It was gushing all the time, as if it was going to communicate with the wheel of life and release the holy spring. Every time he fell into the ethereal state, there would be waves in the sea of bitterness. There was a faint sound of waves coming out of his body, and his whole body was shrouded in a layer of sacred light. There would even be some strange phenomena in the sea of bitterness. The center would constantly erupt, like an underwater volcano, and there would often be lightning flashing across the sky. When he operated the mysterious method recorded in the Taoist scriptures, his body would suddenly produce a strong wave of life. The golden sea of bitterness was like a brilliant sun. The essence qi was endless. His limbs and bones were all being nourished, and his flesh shell had become abnormally strong. Compared to before, it was much stronger. The life spring realm is really difficult to break through. Yifan was a little regretful. He had tried to break through the life spring realm 5 times, but he had not succeeded. In the past year or so, he had been earnestly comprehending the Tao scripture and constantly refining his own weapon. That piece of godly metal had been repeatedly smelted and constantly imitated the Tao patterns on the green copper. It had already begun to take on an extraordinary aura and actually had a hint of simplicity and nature to it. After such a long time, Yifan believed that the knights of the Jiang family should have left long ago, and it was impossible for them to persist in tracking him down. On this day, he left the cave residence and tried to control the divine power in the barren mountain. The waves in the sea of bitterness rushed to the sky, and a blazing divine light rushed out of his body, surrounding him, and actually carried him 3 feet off the ground, flying forward. Plop. Unfortunately, he only flew 30 meters before falling to the ground. Without entering the life spring realm, it is difficult to fly for a long time. I need an endless source of divine power to fly. Although he could not rush to the sky, this kind of short-distance flight was still very novel to Yifan. After continuous practice, he found that he could at most fly more than 100 meters. Compared to when he ran, his speed was much faster. He could step on the grass and trees without touching the ground, like a light breeze. Before reaching the life spring realm, Yifan did not want to leave the cave residence. He felt that his strength was too low, and it would be very dangerous to go out. Moreover, the evil fire in the belly of the mountain could also help him cultivate. The special spiritual power, although not very dense, was superior in that it was endless. I should make a trip to the Xiang cave and find that piece of origin. Although he felt that it was not suitable for a long journey, he still left. His physique was too special, like a bottomless pit, and he needed a large amount of spiritual power to speed up his cultivation. On the way, Yifan heard that the knights of the Jiang family had indeed left, and would not be a threat to him. The land of Yen was very peaceful now. Coming to the mountain where the Xiang cave was, Yifan was especially cautious, to avoid meeting people from this sect. Not long after, he came to the front of a river and plunged into it. After a quarter of an hour, the water splashed, and Yifan floated out of the water, holding a piece of shining origin in his hand. Fortunately, it is still here. At first, when he came here, his heart was still beating like a drum, afraid that someone would take away the origin. In reality, this place was very secluded. Unless the top experts of the Xiang cave passed by, no one would be able to sense the aura of the origin. Yifan did not want to stay here for long, so he walked back along the path he came from. It's her. Yifan suddenly stopped. He saw a few young figures, and one of them was Li Xiaoman. Yifan did not stop, and quickly left until he disappeared into the mountains. Half a month later, in the cave that Elder Han had opened up, there was a rumbling sound, followed by the sound of a huge tsunami that shook the heavens and earth, and deafening waves of thunder. Boom! At this moment, a powerful aura burst out, and the entire cave was shaking. Yifan's body was full of spiritual energy, and the golden divine fire was burning outside his body. The divine light in his eyes was clear, like 2 bolts of lightning shooting out, especially bright in the cave. Yifan stood up, and at this moment, he had a majestic aura. The aura he released caused the entire stone room to shake violently, and huge cracks appeared. "I've finally reached the life spring realm." He turned into a golden bolt of lightning and rushed out of the cave. Then, a blazing divine rainbow covered him, and he slowly rose into the air. At this moment, in the center of Yi Fan's sea of bitterness, a spring appeared, connecting to the wheel of life. The spring was gurgling, surrounded by a misty, colorful mist. Chapter 98. This was a new experience. Yi Fan stood high in the sky, his clothes fluttering in the wind. The mountains and rivers were under his feet, and a feeling of being in control of everything surged into his heart. His field of vision was broad, and he looked into the distance. This was an unprecedented feeling. With his own strength, he rushed into the sky and looked down at the world he used to live in. It was full of shock. The magnificent mountains and rivers, the boundless earth, everything was in his eyes, causing one's heart to be at ease and have lofty aspirations. Everything in the world, every blade of grass and every tree, were all in the depths of his heart, causing him to involuntarily have a lofty aspiration that could swallow the mountains and rivers. Is this the life spring realm? I can feel a strong power. Yi Fan stood in the air, his body pure and clean. His entire body was sparkling, like a beautiful work of art. It made him feel as if he had been reborn. At this point, he finally understood how big the gap was between different realms. His flesh was flawless, almost perfect. If he encountered a bitter sea realm cultivator, he felt that he could turn the opponent into ashes with just a lift of his hand. It was not blind confidence, but there was indeed a strong power in his body. Yi Fan rode on a rainbow, traversing between heaven and earth. The bright rainbow cut through the sky, sometimes like a comet hitting the earth, and sometimes like a bright moon rising from the sea, or a dragon rising into the sky. It was not until half an hour later that he completely calmed down. He stood on the top of the mountain, letting the breeze blow on his face. His black hair fluttered gently, and his eyes were like two stars, shining brightly. Yi Fan was silent. His powerful and fierce aura was completely restrained, and there was a peaceful and tranquil aura around him. He was flawless, and his clothes fluttered about. He was like an immortal that had descended into the world of mortals, ethereal and graceful, giving others an otherworldly and natural feeling. At this moment, in his body, the bitter sea, which was the size of half a fist, had completely calmed down. There were no violent volcanoes, no turbulent waves, and no smoke. The golden bitter sea was very quiet. In the center, there was a spring gurgling, exuding a strong breath of life. That was the source of divine power flowing. The wheel of life, which covered the bitter sea, was connected, and endless life power gushed out. This was the root of a cultivator's strength. Little ripples spread out in all directions of the bitter sea, turning into gentle waves, adding a sense of spirituality and nature. The golden sea rippled, and the divine spring gurgled. The two combined, the divine power was endless, and the life was exuberant. At this moment, the mysterious green copper changed its position, fixed in the spring at the bottom of the sea, constantly receiving the baptism of the divine spring of life, while the golden book was still squeezed at the edge, unable to get close to the spring. The cauldron that Yi Fan wanted to refine only had a vague outline, and it was still not formed. It was the size, and was still not formed. According to common sense, the bitter sea, life spring, divine bridge and Permitha realms, each realm could refine a tool. But right now, Yi Fan had already reached the second realm, but he had yet to refine a single tool. This made him frown. The cauldron was indeed the hardest to refine. However, he was not too worried. It was clearly recorded in the Tao scripture that the more mysterious and complicated a cauldron was, the more difficult it was to be formed. They contained the principles of heaven and earth. According to the Tao scripture, one could refine one cauldron, and the most powerful cauldron was formed by combining the 4 levels. In other words, in order to obtain the most powerful cauldron, the bitter sea, the divine spring, the divine bridge, and the nirvana, one had to refine one cauldron instead of 4. This was the so-called great talents mature slowly. Once one succeeded, one could break all the rules with one cauldron. In the entire eastern wilderness, there were only a few ancient scriptures that recorded the profound secret method of refining one cauldron in 4 levels. Ordinary cultivators did not have the opportunity to touch it at all. However, even the disciples of the sanctums and the remotes who had these ancient scriptures rarely dared to take such a risk. This was because opportunities always coexisted with risks. If one wanted to get more, the price to pay might be unbearable. Using 4 levels to refine one cauldron, since ancient times, the vast majority of people did not succeed in refining one cauldron and wasted their time. Without their own cauldron, they could not control objects and were no different from a cripple. Therefore, very few disciples of the sanctums and the remotes would make such a choice. When he was in the bitter sea stage, Yi Fan did not need to make a decision. He only needed to focus on refining the cauldron. But now that he had broken into the life spring stage and the cauldron had not been formed, he had no choice but to make a decision. Although it is full of danger and I may not succeed in my life, I have no other way out. The reason I chose to refine the cauldron is because I want to obtain the most powerful cauldron. One day, it may give birth to the principles of heaven and earth. Using 4 levels to refine one cauldron is not contrary to my choice. In fact, it is very consistent. I have no reason to retreat. Yi Fan was not worried that others would have more cauldrons, and he would not have enough cauldrons. He believed in the words one cauldron breaks all the rules with one cauldron recorded in the Tao scripture. I hope that a great cauldron will mature slowly and not waste his life away. After reaching the life spring stage, he could fly in the sky. Yi Fan began to consider going to the forbidden area of the remotes. But he had to make sufficient preparations. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be buried there. He was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he continued to stay and consolidate his cultivation. After breaking through to the next level, he needed time to adapt. In the following period of time, Yi Fan dug the cave until it was beyond recognition. In order to obtain the spiritual energy from the fire fiend, he dug deep into the ground and almost caused the fire vein to erupt. Time passed quickly, and Yi Fan cultivated for nearly another year. The entire fire vein was almost dried up by him. His cultivation level was completely stabilized, and it steadily increased by quite a bit. The gurgling divine spring was even more vigorous. Of course, this was not the biggest gain. What made him most satisfied and excited was that the rough embryo of the cauldron had been refined. With the help of the strange spiritual energy of the fire fiend, after millions of times of tempering, the 3-legged round cauldron was finally formed and came to this world. It seems that in order to successfully refine a cauldron, I need a strange spiritual energy. Without a doubt, the various kinds of divine flames are the most effective. Just like forging weapons in the real world, you need to smelt the fire source in order to forge a divine weapon. It is the same to forge a cauldron inside my body. Above Yi Fan's sea of bitterness, there was a small cauldron's rough embryo. It was as big as a cherry, and its brilliance was completely restrained. It looked simple and natural. In the past year, after millions of times of tempering and repeatedly carving the patterns on the green copper, the small cauldron already had an extraordinary aura. It gave people a feeling that the Tao was naturally formed. With a thought from Yi Fan, the small cauldron immediately rushed out of his body. Without a sound, it easily penetrated the stone wall that was more than 10 meters thick. It directly rushed out of the cave and floated in the sky. 1 cauldron, 2 ears, 3 feet. The Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things bear yin and embrace yang. Good. 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 Yi Fan was very satisfied. The simple and natural cauldron gave him a feeling that the Tao was natural, as if it had really given birth to the Tao and truth of the world, appearing mysterious and abstruse. I look forward to the moment when the cauldron breaks all laws. When the small cauldron was first formed, it was already a powerful weapon. It could both attack and defend, and it was invincible. The mysterious patterns on the green copper had endowed it with a strange power, allowing it to constantly transform. Yi Fan had already been in this world for 3 years. He had lived in the Cave of Spirit Ruins for a year and cultivated in this cave for nearly 2 years. His body had grown a lot taller, reaching a height of 170 centimeters. However, he still looked very young, like a 14-year-old child. Back then, his short hair was now 2 feet long. It was black and thick, naturally draped over his chest and back, gently fluttering in the wind. He looked very delicate and handsome. No one would have thought that such a young man was already a Life Spring Realm cultivator. It's time to leave. Yi Fan looked back at the cave behind him, then flew close to the forest and rushed out of the mountain. Yi Fan dragged a water deer into a small town. After exchanging it for some coins, he first chose a suitable set of clothes for himself. In the past 2 years, he had grown quite a bit taller. His original clothes had long since become tattered and ragged. When he entered the town, people pointed at him and talked about him. To cultivate in this world, the first thing to do is to integrate into the world of mortals. Yi Fan found a place to eat and chose a seat by the window. At the table next to him, there were a few people with extraordinary temperaments, different from ordinary people. True cultivators did not interact with mortals, and normally, they would not show their extraordinariness in front of the world. Even if they met face to face, ordinary people would not know. Obviously, these people were all cultivators. Adhering to the same principle, they did not want to disturb the mortals around them. They were talking in low voices. Unless one's spirit sense was especially sharp, ordinary people would not be able to hear what they were saying. That tomb of the Demon Emperor is too evil. Countless cultivators have died in the past 2 years, but no one can open it. The entire Eastern Barren territory has been alarmed. All the major sects have sent their masters to the ruins, but there is no way to open the Yin tomb. The main reason is that the real peerless masters have scruples and do not dare to act rashly. That Yin tomb is very evil and has long been close to having a spirit. Unless there is a supreme treasure of the Eastern Barren territory, even if there is a peerless master who can break the Shirkill situation, there is no way to stop the Yin tomb. It will rush into the Eastern Barren territory, like a dragon returning to the sea, and there will be no trace of it. Rumor has it that 3 important figures have died. Is that true? Of course it is true. Countless cultivators have died in the past 2 years. That deep pool is almost filled with corpses. Even several important figures have fallen, and it is said that there are still a few important figures whose lives are on the line. Yi Fan was very surprised. He did not think that after 2 years, the tomb of the Demon Emperor was still not opened. The Shirkill situation in the Yin tomb had taken away the lives of many cultivators. He listened quietly as he ate. He did not have the slightest change in expression because he did not want to be discovered by those cultivators. That deep pool is surrounded by mountains of corpses. It has completely become a demonic land. Just looking at it from afar, it makes people's hair stand on end. The resentment there is so strong that every inch of the land is stained with the blood of cultivators. Since that deep pool has become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, why are there still countless cultivators coming one after the other to go there? If there are no benefits, who would be so reckless? That is the tomb of the great emperor who unified the eastern wilderness demon race. There must be countless treasures buried inside. That's right. Even those important figures have been alarmed. It is said that the demon emperor Yin tomb has the treasure of the eastern wilderness humans, the Tower of Desolation. Is it the legendary Tower of Desolation that can kill immortals? Of course it is. Otherwise, why would those important figures disregard the danger of dying and risk their lives to go there? It has been 2 years. The disciples of the various sects have long been scared and are afraid of being transferred to the ruins. However, the sects are not willing to stop. If this continues, who knows how many people will die? You may not know, but it is said that even the people of the Central Plains have been alarmed. Recently, some mysterious figures have rushed to the eastern wilderness. Could it be that they want to snatch the treasure of the eastern wilderness, the Tower of Desolation? That's not it. They will not stretch their hands so far. Even though the strength of the cultivators of the Central Plains is unparalleled and surpasses the other 4 regions, they do not dare to make the entire eastern wilderness their enemy. Once such a war breaks out, it is hard to imagine how many people will die. It is said that they seem to be searching for a treasure of the Central Plains. Not far away, Yi Fan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He did not need to think to know that the important figures of the Central Plains must have come for the mysterious green copper. Chapter 99. Yi Fan was not too worried. The mysterious green copper piece lay dormant in his sea of bitterness. Even now, no one knew about it. No one would come looking for trouble with him for it. Perhaps the Central Plains will cooperate with the Eastern Desolate region. After all, both sides have lost their treasures in the Een tomb. Legend has it that the ancient Desolate Tower can kill immortals. If it appears, it will be enough to seal the Fiend Emperor tomb. The ancient Desolate Tower is in the Fiend Emperor Een tomb. If you say that, there is no way to open the tomb. What is the treasure of the Central Plains? How could it be lost in our Eastern Desolate region? The Central Plains is ancient and mysterious. It is said that their treasure exists with the world. It is not something people of our level can know about. The one lost in the Eastern Desolate region seems to be a fragment. As for what it is, no one knows. The cultivators discussed as they ate, allowing Yi Fan to obtain a lot of useful information. It has been more than 2 years. That ruin is like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Who knows when there will be a result? Who knows how many people will die? Now that I think about it, loose cultivators like us have freedom. Otherwise, if we were in a large sect, we might be sent there as well. As long as we get close to the deep pool, we will most likely die. The various sects seem to have listened to the suggestion of some major character. They want to use countless lives as a blood sacrifice to forcefully open the deep pool. I have a feeling that if we do not get the ancient Desolate Tower out, the Eastern Desolate region will not be peaceful. That place is destined to become a blood-stained demonic land. The Fiend Race Emperor is too terrifying. He probably predicted this result back then. This is truly a disaster that will last for 10,000 years. Indeed, the various holy lands and ancient noble families are determined to obtain the ancient Desolate Tower. It is impossible for them to give up so easily. Yi Fan felt very relaxed. After obtaining the green copper piece in the Central Plains, he did not have any thoughts about the ancient Desolate Tower. It was not something he could obtain. Having the mysterious green copper piece was enough. What he needed to consider now was how to enter the ancient Desolate Forbidden Land. He would not participate in the fight for the treasure. He would hide as far away as he could. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Fan heard an important piece of news. He remained calm and sat back down. A few major characters from the Holy Lands and ancient noble families are on the verge of death. I heard that they have designs on the ancient Desolate Forbidden Land. Impossible. Someone dares to barge in? Since ancient times, countless people had explored this place, but without any accidents, almost all of them had been annihilated. Back then, when a certain immortal sect reached its most prosperous period in history, they sent out all their strength and gathered tens of thousands of powerful cultivators to kill their way there. Didn't they still turn into ashes? That place was simply a living purgatory. The Holy Land that was annihilated was destroyed because they were too conceited. They wanted to invade the abyss and fight their way to the deepest part. This time, some of the sacred lands and clans of the clan of the ancients were forced to do so. Some of their important figures are on the verge of death, so they want to harvest the divine medicines on the 9 sacred mountains to save their lives. They don't want to enter the abyss. I'm guessing that everyone who enters will be completely annihilated. That forbidden zone is definitely more terrifying than the demonic Thearka's tomb. That's not necessarily true. Since ancient times, there have been a few people who have successfully gathered the panacea. Of course, no one knows what price they paid. Those sacred lands and clans of the clan of the ancients have deep foundations. Since they intend to gather the panacea, they must have made thorough preparations. The chances of success are still very high. This is also a major event that will shake the entire Eastern Barren Territory. The Forbidden Zone is one of the 7 forbidden zones of the Eastern Barren Territory. After so many years, finally, there are people heading there again. When will those sacred lands and clans of the clan of the ancients make their move? Why don't we join in the fun as well? They'll climb the 9 sacred mountains and gather panacea, while we'll just gather some ordinary panacea in the periphery. I don't think there will be any big problems. We might have to wait for a while. Right now, the Forbidden Zone is at its most dangerous period. In the end, Yi Fan left the small town. He thought about the words of those wandering cultivators and felt that he needed to think about it seriously. That Forbidden Zone is far more dangerous than I thought. I was only able to survive back then because of the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin. Yi Fan did not fly. Instead, he walked forward and passed by the Yen capital on the way. The city was very majestic. It covered a large area, and the city walls were like the Great Wall. Yendu was a bustling place, and Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh at the sight of all the people on the streets. For the past 2 years, he had been cultivating alone in the mountains, and the quiet and tranquil city was like the polar opposite of the hustle and bustle he was seeing. He faced the mountains, cliffs, and streams every day. Suddenly returning to a bustling city like this made him feel very close. Golden dates, big and sweet. Crispy chicken wings, free if they're not delicious. Zhang soup dumplings, thin skin, big stuffing, juicy, and delicious. Come and have a taste. Candied haws, only 1 copper coin per skewer. All kinds of people were shouting and hawking. There were also all kinds of jugglers at the corners of the streets. Many adults and children had gathered there. And in front of every shop, there were enthusiastic workers soliciting customers, saying a lot of nice words. Cultivation is too hard, and the world of mortals is too charming. Yi Fan could not help but feel a little emotional. He felt that all of this was very lively and intimate. Compared to the hard cultivation, this kind of simple life made him yearn for it. However, he could not shake the foundation of cultivation because he wanted to go home, to the place where he was born and raised. Yi Fan had been in this world for 3 years. Now that his hard cultivation was over and he had returned to the world of mortals, he couldn't help but think of everything about his hometown. Time flies. It's been 3 years. I wonder how my other classmates are. Yi Fan first thought of Pang Bo and was very worried for him. Then he thought of Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling, Lin Jia, Wang Ziwen, Zhou Yi, and others. Maybe, before entering the forbidden area of the remote antiquity, I should go see my former classmates. He wanted to see Lu Yi and Zhang Xiling. After being separated for 3 years, he wanted to know how they were doing. Big brother. I'm hungry. Buy me a bun. I'm begging you. I'm very hungry. At this moment, Yi Fan saw a dirty and pitiful little girl blinking her big eyes and looking up at him. Her clothes were tattered and her face was full of dirt. Only her eyes were very clear. Yi Fan could not bear to see such a scene. Every time he saw it, he would feel bitter. He bought a few steaming hot soup buns from a nearby bun shop, wrapped them in oil paper, and gave them to the pitiful little girl. Then, he took out all the money he had on him and stuffed it into her arms when passers-by were not paying attention. Even when he had already disappeared into the street, the little girl was still in a daze. Yi Fan strode out of the city and found that the closest place to the Jade Tripod Grotto was only 400 miles away. He remembered that Lu Yi had become a disciple of the Jade Tripod Grotto, so he decided to go there first. The country of Yen spanned 2,000 miles from north to south and 3,000 miles from east to west. The forbidden ancient land was located in the middle of the country, surrounded by endless mountains. The 6 sects, including the Spirit Ruins Grotto and the Jade Tripod Grotto, surrounded the periphery of this primitive area. The Jade Tripod Grotto was surrounded by immortal mountains and shrouded in clouds. From afar, it looked very ethereal, as though it was a paradise. When Yi Fan arrived at the mountain gate, he felt a natural and peaceful aura. There were green mountains and green valleys, flowing springs and waterfalls, lush vegetation, and intelligent birds and beasts. It was like a world in a painting. At the gate of the Jade Tripod Grotto, there was a strange beast guarding it. It had the body of a bull and the head of a qilin. Its body was 8 to 9 meters long. It lay in a pool and stared at Yi Fan with its huge eyes slightly opened. Who are you? Why have you come to the Jade Tripod Grotto? At this moment, the disciple guarding the gate also noticed him. I came to the Jade Tripod Grotto to visit a friend. When Yi Fan mentioned Lu Yi's name, the disciple guarding the gate's expression softened a lot. He said, wait a moment, I'll get someone to inform her. Half an hour later, Lu Yi did not appear. Instead, a young man with white hair walked over. When he saw Yi Fan, he immediately shouted, Yi Fan, it's really you. Yi Fan was stunned and then revealed a look of joy. He said, so you're also cultivating in the Jade Tripod Grotto. The person who came was his former classmate, Zhang Wenchang. Be it when he was in school or after graduation, he had always been very ordinary. He had a dull nature and did not like to talk. If there were many people gathering, it was easy for people to forget his existence. Yi Fan went forward and punched him with a smile. You've regained your youth. Congratulations. Zhang Wenchang smiled bitterly and said, it's just that my skin is no longer wrinkled. Look, my hair is still white. It's much better than when we parted. Back then, you were old and clumsy. Now, you look like a young man with white hair. I'm so envious of you. You've experienced your youth all over again. The dull Zhang Wenchang also learned to tease. The two looked at each other and laughed. They were genuinely happy to meet old friends. Back then, the 6 grotto heavens each chose 2 people and divided Pang Bo and the rest equally. Only Yi Fan was an exception. Zhang Wenchang and Lu Yi were chosen by the Jade Tripod Grotto and had been cultivating here for 3 years. Yi is the favorite of the elders in the sect and has great potential. She's now in seclusion. It's said that it's very likely that she will advance to the Life Spring realm within half a year or a year. This cultivation speed is very terrifying. You're not bad yourself. Your complexion looks good. I can't compare to Yi. I'm only below average in the sect. My appearance has recovered to this state because of Yi's request to a supreme elder. Zhang Wenchang led Yi Fan into the Jade Tripod Grotto. It was very beautiful inside. There were many green immortal mountains that looked like green jade. They shone brightly and were surrounded by immortal mist. There was even a waterfall that looked like it was condensed from starlight. On many of the misty mountain peaks, one could vaguely see some palaces and pavilions. It was very ethereal and had the charm of a fairyland. The most surprising thing was that there was a snow-white mountain in the middle of the mountains. It was completely jade-like and had not a single blade of grass growing on it. It shone brightly and looked like a round cauldron. We've been separated for 3 years. Today, we must get drunk. Zhang Wenchang seemed very excited and happy. Does your cultivation sect have wine and meat? When Yi Fan was in the Spirit Ruin Grotto, he and Pang Bo were vegetarian every day. Those days were a kind of torture. Don't worry. There's wine and meat. Now that I've officially stepped onto the path of cultivation, I don't need to be vegetarian like the new disciples. The Jade Tripod Grotto was very vast. After passing through a few mountains, Zhang Wenchang brought Yi Fan to a peach blossom forest. There were many small taverns next to it. It looked very picturesque. Cultivators are also human. They need to relax. Zhang Wenchang explained with a smile, of course, it's impossible to be like the mortal world. Here, we can only drink a little and enjoy some delicious food. That's not bad. Yi Fan nodded and smiled. Otherwise, I'd really think that all cultivators have to cut off their emotions and desires. The two found a small tavern and sat down. There was a pear wood square table and peach wood 4-legged chairs. It looked antique and was placed on the side of the road facing the peach blossom forest. It looked very artistic. The other taverns were the same. The tables and chairs were placed outside. They ordered some dishes and started drinking. Coming to this strange world and meeting their old classmates again, the two were very emotional and had endless things to say. After coming to this strange world, I couldn't sleep for a long time. Even in my dreams, I want to go back. I miss my parents and friends. Zhang Wenchang, who had a dull nature, spoke a lot today. He revealed his true feelings as though he had seen his family. Li Xiaoman's coldness and Zhang Wenchang's passion made Yi Fan feel emotional. Perhaps we can go back in the future, said Yi Fan. Go back. I don't have such a fantasy anymore. Zhang Wenchang shook his head bitterly. How have you been for the past 3 years? Have you been living in the spirit ruin grotto or in the mortal world? Why did I hear that Pang Bo has disappeared? Seeing his old classmate, Yi Fan wanted to tell the truth, but he held it in. His experience was complicated, and it would bring trouble to both of them if he told the truth. He could only nod his head. Pang Bo has indeed disappeared, and I'm very worried. I've already left the spirit ruin grotto and am now traveling around. Sigh, it's not easy for us. It's not easy for mortals. Cultivation is not as beautiful as you think it is. It's very boring, and we might have to face all kinds of life and death tribulations in the future. You have to be careful. It's best if you cultivate more and go out less. Yi Fan reminded him. Zhang Wenchang nodded and smiled bitterly. I can see that no matter where I go, I won't stand out. It was like this in the past, and it's still like this. I can only live a mediocre life. Perhaps one day, I'll leave this place and go to the mortal world. I'll open a small tavern and live the rest of my life in peace. Don't be so pessimistic. Yi Fan comforted. You don't know, but the world of cultivators is very cruel. If I don't leave, I'll die in the hands of others sooner or later. When that time comes, I'll die silently like an ordinary wave in a river. No one will know, and no one will cry for me. Only I will know that I'm no longer in this world. Yi Fan's heart was moved after hearing this. He had yet to truly step into the world of cultivators, and now it seemed that it was really cruel. Zhang Wenchang sighed. I heard that Lin Jia, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Li Xiaoman are all highly regarded by their sections. It seems that some people can shine no matter where they go. The two of them drank and chatted, talking about many things of the past and their current predicament. In the end, Zhang Wenchang was completely drunk. He laid his head on the table and started crying. I really want to go back. I don't want to stay in this strange world. When I left, my wife was already pregnant. Our child was about to be born. When she needed me the most, I disappeared and came here. He couldn't control his emotions. Like a child, he cried bitterly. I really want to go back. My child should be 3 years old now. Even in my dreams, I want to see him, hug him, and kiss him. Seeing Zhang Wenchang in so much pain and crying loudly, Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. He kept trying to comfort him. I was wondering who was crying. So it's that useless old man. A few sneers came from not far away. A few young men walked over with undisguised disdain. His hair is all white. A half-cripple still has the face to cry. What a joke. They looked to be in their 20s. They were all mercilessly mocking him. Yi Fan sighed. He finally knew that Zhang Wenchang's life in the Jade Tripod Paradise was not going his way. His eyes shot out 2 beams of light as he stared at the people in front of him. You guys better watch your words. Who are you? You should know your place before meddling in other people's business. You really think you're a Life Spring Realm cultivator? What a joke. What kind of expert can a half-crippled old man's friend be? Don't say that. If that Louis finds out, she might complain again. It's you. Just at this moment, the youngest among them, an 18 or 19-year-old youth, widened his eyes and revealed a furious expression as he glared at Yi Fan. Junior brother Han, do you know him? The other young people asked. The young man's eyes were spewing fire as he gritted his teeth and said, Of course I know him. He's not from your Jade Tripod Grotto Heaven. He used to stay in our Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. He felt that the world was really small. He didn't expect to meet Han Feiyu here. Is that so? So he's a good-for-nothing. Birds of a feather flock together. The half-crippled old man's friend is really a good-for-nothing. The other young people laughed unscrupulously. Chapter 100. Zhang Wenchang, who was lying on the table, raised his head and hastily used his sleeve to wipe away the tears on his face, concealing his sorrow. He forced a smile and said, "I'm sorry, I drank too much and thought of some things in the past. My emotions were a little out of control." Yi Fan let out a sigh in his heart. This old classmate of his was very unhappy. He was ashamed of his wife and missed the child he had never seen before. He couldn't control himself and burst into tears. After being ridiculed by these people, he had to hide his sorrow and apologize to them. What kind of feeling was this? At this time, Zhang Wenchang's temples were white, his eyes were swollen, and the tears had not dried yet. The sorrow hidden in the bottom of his heart could be completely felt by others. This made Yi Fan's heart fiercely twitch. This old classmate was really not easy to endure. A very simple and honest man had actually fallen to such a state. Half-crippled old man, we can't be bothered to lower ourselves to your level. Even if you cry to death, it's none of our business. However, your friend's words are very blunt. We want to get to know him. Those people came near the table with ridicule on their faces. They looked down at Yi Fan and Zhang Wenchang from above. Han Feiyu revealed a cold smile as he stared at Yi Fan and said, "It's really a small world. I always thought you died in those ruins. I didn't expect to meet you here. 2 years have passed, and there's not a time when I don't want to get close to you." Yi Fan calmly sat there and poured himself a cup of wine. He was very casual and calm. He picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. He said, "It's a small world." I actually heard these words again. The last person not only failed to harm others but also harmed himself. I wonder what will happen this time. He thought of Elder Han. At this moment, when he heard Han Feiyu say the same words, he felt very strange in his heart. "You are very calm. Don't pretend to be calm. Today, no one can save you. I will skin you alive." At this point, Han Feiyu's eyebrows furrowed. His eyes were frightening, and his expression was extremely sinister. He could not forget the scene of him being beaten up. It was like a thorn in his heart. "Junior Marshal Brother Han, does he have a grudge against you? Leave it to us. We'll beat him until he's crippled. There's no need to worry about anything here." That trash's words were very blunt. Even if he hadn't provoked Junior Brother Han, we still wouldn't have let him off. The few of them sneered and were about to attack. Zhang Wenchang hurriedly stood up and said, "Brothers, don't be like this. He's just an ordinary person. Don't mess around. Half-crippled old man, go away. This has nothing to do with you." One of them had a look of disdain on his face and was extremely impatient. He pushed Zhang Wenchang so hard that he staggered and almost fell. "When you first joined the sect, Elder Ma Yun treated you like a treasure, but what happened in the end? You were just lucky enough to resolve the sea of bitterness first. What's the use? After a long time, you'll be completely beaten back to your original state. Half-crippled old man, don't be a hindrance. If it wasn't for Lu Yi protecting you everywhere." "Ha!" The person who spoke laughed coldly. Although he didn't finish his sentence, everyone knew what he meant. "Guys, I apologize. If you're not satisfied, come at me. Don't make things difficult for this friend of yours." Zhang Wenchang stretched out his hand to stop the few of them, blocking Yi Fan behind him. "Half-crippled old man, do you really think you're someone important? Think about it. Who do you think you are?" One of them was very dissatisfied. He glanced at him with disdain and pushed him away. He shouted, "Get out of the way." Yi Fan supported Zhang Wenchang and glanced at the few of them. "And who do you think you are?" "Yi Fan, don't be like this." Zhang Wenchang hurriedly stopped Yi Fan and didn't let him continue. He then stepped forward again and said, "Guys, I'm really sorry. My friend is just an ordinary mortal. Don't take it to heart. If you're angry, come at me. Don't make things difficult for him." The young man in the lead had lost his patience since a long time ago, and he couldn't restrain himself any longer. He grabbed Zhang Wenchang by the collar and said, "Do you really think that Lu Yi can support you? Fuck off if you don't want to die. Let him go." Yi Fan still sat there. He didn't get up. He picked up a cup of wine and directly splashed it on that person's face. "You're courting death." The face of the man in the lead was gloomy to the extreme. He pushed Zhang Wenchang away and raised his hand to slap Yi Fan's face. Yi Fan sat there without moving. He reached out and grabbed the hand that was swung over. He forcefully twisted it. With a kacha sound, the man's wrist was directly broken and turned into the shape of a fish hook. Then, he raised his hand and heavily slapped the man's face. Pa! It was a very loud slap. One could clearly see that the man's face was deformed. Then, his teeth fell out and blood spurted out. His whole body was like a puppet that flew 7 or 8 meters away and fell heavily on the ground. No one expected such an outcome. The man struggled a few times on the ground, but he couldn't get up. His ears were ringing and his head was dizzy. He shouted, "Kill him for me." Han Feiyu knew Yi Fan better. He immediately retreated and reminded the others at the same time, "Be careful, this trash has a special physique and extraordinary strength. Don't get caught by him. Attack him from afar. Directly take out your weapons and chop him into meat paste." His words were a bit too late. Yi Fan's speed was too fast. He directly grabbed a man and slapped him twice, making him dizzy. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was as if he was holding a scarecrow and directly swung him like a weapon. Bang, bang. Yi Fan's strength and speed were very terrifying. The man in the middle of swinging his hands smashed 3 cultivators that were pouncing on him. They screamed and flew away. Everyone present heard the sound of bones breaking. "Quickly retreat, don't get close to him," Han Feiyu yelled. At this point, no one needed his reminder. That delicate-looking youngster was simply a savage beast in human form. He was simply too wild. He carried a living person as if he was holding a toothpick, and smashed the others until they rolled all over the ground. "Junior brother Han, didn't you say he's trash? How does this trash have such divine strength?" The remaining people had lingering fear in their hearts. They questioned Han Feiyu with an unkind expression. "He really is trash. He can't cultivate, he only has great strength. As long as we don't get close to him, killing him is easy." Han Feiyu's face revealed a sinister sneer. Everyone took out their respective weapons. Suddenly there was a flash of brilliance. The greenwood seal, cold iron ruler, scarlet blood spear and so on were all suspended in the air, aimed at Yi Fan. "If you want him to die, take out your weapons. I don't mind using him as a human shield." Yi Fan waved the human-shaped weapon in his hand and said indifferently. To deal with these bitter sea-stage cultivators, he did not need to reveal his strength at all. "Don't, everyone calm down." Zhang Wenchang came forward, an anxious expression on his face. He stood in front of Yi Fan and shouted to those people, "He is not only my friend, but also Lu Yi's friend. You can't treat him like this. Half-crippled old man, get out of my way. It doesn't matter who you bring out now. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to vent the hatred in my heart." The man that was first sent flying by Yi Fan covered his swollen cheek as he crawled up, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Is Lu Yi that great? If she dares to come and denounce us, there will naturally be people who will deal with her." Looking at this old classmate who was very unhappy, Yi Fan let out a light sigh, patted him on the shoulder, and said in a low voice, "Step back, they can't do anything to me." After saying these words, Yi Fan grabbed Zhang Wenchang's arm and threw him away. "What are you still standing there for? Skin him alive." The man in the lead said angrily. "Chi chi chi." The sound of breaking air was incessant. The greenwood seal, the cold iron ruler, the scarlet blood spear and other weapons were rapidly striking down. Yi Fan was calm and composed, waving the human-shaped weapon in his hand, constantly blocking. "Ah, you, are slashing at me. The man that was grabbed by Yi Fan was a little more clear-headed at this time. He screamed again and again, cursing in anger. If not for the fact that those people had quickly retracted their attacks, this cultivator would have already been cut into several pieces. Attack together, I want to see if he can block all of us. I must skin him alive. The man in the lead had a gloomy expression, ordering the surrounding people to attack again. Chen Feng, you can't be like this, I'll be killed by you. The cultivator that was grabbed by Yi Fan screamed in fear, but then fainted after being smashed by the greenwood seal. The surrounding people obeyed the words of the man called Chen Feng. They all brandished their weapons and slashed forward. Although they were very careful, but from time to time there would be a bloody wound on the body of the human shield. Yi Fan did not want to waste time with them. When one's cultivation had reached the life spring stage, killing a bitter sea stage cultivator was indeed as simple as crushing an ant. He carried the man in front of him, his body transforming into a flash of light, directly rushing in front of the man called Chen Feng. Before he could react, he had already grabbed him in his hands. Ah! The man called Chen Feng screamed again and again. He was also used as a human shield, and there were several wounds on his body. The surrounding people suddenly had a feeling that they were afraid of hurting the innocent. Yi Fan was like a bolt of lightning, quickly moving around. The sounds of peng 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 were constantly heard, and everyone was slapped to the ground. Only Han Feiyu struggled. He once again took out the greenwood seal, and smashed it towards Yi Fan, wanting to kill him. But at this time, he was horrified to find that the greenwood seal that had just changed to the size of a millstone was firmly grasped in Yi Fan's hands, and could not be moved. Bang! Han Feiyu was so scared that his soul almost left his body. His greenwood seal was easily grasped by Yi Fan, and then slapped down with a backhand. It was as easy as waving a fly swatter. Yes, at this moment, he felt like he was a fly. Gotcha! It was unknown how many of Han Feiyu's ribs were broken. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and was directly slapped to the ground, unable to move again. In front of the small wine shop, there was a group of people lying on the ground, all of them groaning in pain. Not a single one of them could get up. Not far away, Zhang Wenchang almost couldn't believe his eyes, and said, "This." Yi Fan picked up these people, threw them to the side, and then slapped them one by one, and said, "You want to bully people with just you? I, a trash who can't cultivate, can still beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground." Pa, 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 Yi Fan's hands moved continuously, and slapped them again and again. The slaps made these people's mouths splatter, blood splatter, and teeth fall out. Everyone screamed again and again, constantly begging for mercy. Of course, Yi Fan paid special attention to Han Feiyu and Chen Feng. As if he was carrying a dead dog, he placed them side by side, and slapped them again and again. The crisp sound of slaps lingered in the ears. You! Blood flowed out of Han Feiyu's mouth and nose, and his eyes were filled with resentment. Pa! Yi Fan slapped him, and then pulled him up, and said, "It's really a small world." When Han Feiyu heard that, he was so angry that he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body trembled, and he almost died. Chapter 101. Yi Fan did not have the slightest mercy for Han Feiyu. He did not know how many times he had slapped Han Feiyu until his hands were sore. In the end, he threw Han Feiyu to the ground, stood up, and walked towards the others. Screams of agony rose and fell. "Yi Fan, don't hit him anymore. Someone is going to die." Zhang Wenchang's expression was very nervous. "Don't worry, their lives are very tough." Only after another quarter of an hour did the place become completely quiet. Everyone had fainted. Yi Fan looked at the lifeless old man in the small pub, then looked at the other pubs in the distance. Only then did he stop and asked in a low voice, "The old man in the pub?" Zhang Wenchang sighed. "The people who run the tavern here are the same kind of people as me. They have no talent and have wasted half of their lives. They don't have any achievements even when they're old, but they don't want to leave." Yi Fan nodded, then said in a low voice, "Tell me about the situation of these people and see if I can completely solve the problem for you." Don't do this, you really don't need to do this. Zhang Wenchang shook his head in shock. Looking at this simple and honest old classmate, Yi Fan sighed and lightly patted his shoulder. I won't mess around. Tell me in detail, or else how will we deal with the aftermath? After listening carefully, Yi Fan sneered, isn't it just a life spring realm sister? How dare you be so arrogant and bully your own sect? Zhang Wenchang sighed and said, where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is white, there is black. It is the same everywhere. Not everyone can be good, and not everyone can be evil. The good and the bad are intermingled. Even if you can't stand it, you can only endure. Yi Fan's state of mind was not calm at all. He said, I'll take care of all of them, and then I'll kill Chen Feng's sister. I can't feel at ease seeing you being bullied by them. Hearing these words, Zhang Wenchang was both moved and afraid. He stopped him from continuing, looked to the left and said, don't cause any trouble. You don't know how to cultivate, it's only because you ate the holy fruit that your physique far exceeds that of an ordinary person that you can defeat these people. But you can't imagine how terrifying a life spring cultivator is. Yi Fan smiled and said, don't worry. I won't mess around here. Zhang Wenchang's expression suddenly changed, and he said, leave quickly. Otherwise, once they wake up and invite that woman over, we'll be in huge trouble. Even Yi can't stop it if she comes out of closed-door cultivation. If I leave like this, won't they vent their anger on your head? It's okay, they won't dare to kill me. Killing a fellow disciple for no reason means paying with their life. You don't need to worry about me, leave quickly. Zhang Wenchang anxiously pushed Yi Fan, urging him to leave quickly. At this time, Yi Fan felt that Han Feiyu and Chen Feng on the ground had woken up. He immediately shouted, okay, if that's the case, I'll leave immediately. After saying these words, he heavily stepped on Han Feiyu and Chen Feng's faces. The two on the ground endured the pain and did not cry out. They pretended to be unconscious, and were ready to hire people to kill Yi Fan after he left. Leave quickly. Zhang Wenchang nervously and anxiously urged, there's a river outside the mountain gate. I remember that you're a good swimmer. After you leave, directly jump into the river and swim. Try to hide under the water. Otherwise, that woman can fly, and she'll quickly find you. Okay, I understand. Yi Fan loudly said, then turned around and left, with Zhang Wenchang following behind to send him off. As soon as the two left, Chen Feng suddenly sat up and gnashed his teeth. You want to leave? Not so easy. I'll grind your bones to dust. At the same time, Han Feiyu also endured the pain of his broken bones and crawled up. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Brother Chen, quickly ask your sister to chase after him. We must capture him. If we don't skin him alive, we won't be able to vent our hatred. After arriving at the mountain gate, Yi Fan turned around and said to Zhang Wenchang, don't worry, nothing will happen. Quickly go back. Go quickly, you must take care. Zhang Wenchang urged, his face full of anxiety. Okay, goodbye. Yi Fan turned around and strode away. The river in front of the Jade Tripod Grotto was very wide and rapid. Yi Fan walked along the river downstream. He did not escape. On the contrary, he walked very slowly. He was waiting for his pursuers. Now, he was most confident in his speed. Every time he used all his strength to fly, the golden sea of bitterness would surge into the sky. Accompanied by lightning and thunder, his body would be drowned in the golden light and lightning. Wind and thunder roared, and his speed was incredible. Even if I really can't beat them, I can still escape. Only a quarter of an hour had passed, and there was a sound of breaking through the air from the upper reaches of the river. Several figures rushed over on rainbows. Want to leave? Not so easy. A woman in blue shouted softly, her clothes fluttering in the wind. She landed in front of Yi Fan, blocking his way. Then, the other three people also flew over, cutting off Yi Fan's escape route, and surrounded him in the center. These four people were all Life Spring Realm cultivators, 2 men and 2 women, all 28 or 29 years old. Their expressions were not friendly, and they did not see Yi Fan as a living person at all. Yi Fan stared at the beautiful woman in blue in front of him and asked, "Are you Chen Feng's sister?" "Yes." The woman in blue's face was as calm as water. She looked coldly at Yi Fan and said, "You are so vicious at such a young age. When you grow up, I don't know how many people will suffer. Today, I will eradicate you, the scourge." Yi Fan was not angry and said, "What a joke. Who is vicious and who is the scourge? I think you know very well in your heart." The woman in blue condescendingly looked down at him and said, "What do you mean? Is it reasonable to injure someone? Don't you know what kind of person your brother is? He is domineering, bullies people from the same sect, and even threatened to cripple me. His skills are not as good as others, and after being taught a lesson, he sent you to kill me. You really are his good sister. You are indeed born from the same mother, even your character is the same. You are courting death." The woman in blue did not think that Yi Fan would dare to talk back to her like this, and her expression was very ugly. The three people next to her did not see Yi Fan as a threat. One of the men said indifferently, "Qin Yu, you invited us all here, but you are making a big fuss over a small matter. There is no need to make such a big fuss. Isn't he just an ordinary mortal? What difference is there between him and an ant? Just kill him, there is no need to waste time talking to him. Finish him quickly, there is no need to waste time. I will go back first. To deal with a mortal like this, I can kill him with one finger. There is no need for us to come here." The other two were even more direct. They had long since taken Yi Fan to be a dead man, and they did not even look him in the eye. "Don't kill him for now, leave him for me." A shout came from upstream, and Chen Feng was running over quickly. Han Feiyu held his chest with his hand, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He rushed over while gnashing his teeth and shouted, "We cannot let him die easily. Do you really take me to be a dead man?" Yi Fan looked at the four people approaching him, then looked at Chen Feng and Han Feiyu who were not far away, and a trace of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. A man at the side sneered and said, "Do you think you can leave alive?" The other woman had a look of disdain on her face as she said, "You don't know the difference between life and death. For a mortal like you, a single spit from me is enough to take your life. Killing you is no different from killing a bug. Don't be so reckless in your next life. Or else you will end up like today. You won't even know how you died." Another man mocked. Chen Yu's blue robe fluttered in the wind, and the murderous intent on his face slowly disappeared. "Killing him is dirtying my hands. Let's leave him for that Han brat to kill so the people in the sect won't gossip." Seeing that Chen Feng and Han Feiyu were about to arrive, Yi Fan shook his head and smiled. He then sighed, "They really are fighting to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan suddenly attacked. He pounced at a man 3 meters away and slapped him. A mortal suddenly attacked, and no one was prepared for it. Yi Fan's speed was too fast. Like a bolt of lightning, he arrived before the man in an instant and slapped him away. The sound of the slap was so loud that everyone's eardrums were buzzing. Slap. The power of this slap was unimaginable. The man's head split open. His eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. Even in death, he didn't understand how a mortal could be so terrifying. He was slapped to death while he was still alive. During this process, the other woman also let out a blood-curdling scream. The golden book that Yi Fan took out was like a sun shrouded in golden flames. It rushed over and directly cut off her head. Blood spurted out and her corpse fell to the ground. This happened in an instant. Yi Fan directly dealt with 2 Life Spring Realm cultivators. Qin Yu and the other man quickly retreated and took out their own weapons to block in front of them. This is... The two of them felt a chill. They never thought that the handsome young man in front of them would be so terrifying. He killed 2 of their companions with a raise of his hand. "What you said is also suitable for you." Yi Fan shook his head, "You don't even know how you died." Qin Yu and the other man's faces were extremely ugly. They didn't say anything and soared into the sky, wanting to escape. Not far away, Chen Feng and Han Feiyu were completely stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. 2 Life Spring Realm cultivators died in an instant. This made their hearts tremble. Where do you think you're going? Yifan's golden book rushed into his body. A small golden cauldron flew out in an instant and chased after the man like a golden bolt of lightning. Clang! Clang! 2 metallic sounds were heard. The man's 2 spirit treasures were both destroyed. The small golden cauldron pierced through his head and his corpse directly fell to the ground. The small golden cauldron didn't stop and quickly chased after Chinyu. The golden light was dazzling and indestructible. It crushed 3 of Chinyu's spirit treasures into powder. No! Chinyu screamed in horror. She displayed her divine ability. A dazzling flame flew out from her palm and rushed towards the small golden cauldron. At the same time, she moved in the air and several lightning bolts struck down. The sky was filled with brilliance. However, none of this could stop the small cauldron. It was extremely dazzling and indestructible. It immediately pierced through Chinyu's forehead, leaving a thumb-sized bloody hole. His corpse fell to the ground. The small cauldron shone brightly and flew back. It was very eye-catching and seemed to have a natural Taoist rhyme. I'm looking forward to the moment when one artifact breaks all laws. With a flash of brilliance, the small cauldron entered Yifan's body and disappeared. My golden bitter sea is different. The divine power it contains is many times that of an ordinary person. It didn't disappoint me. Yifan didn't feel too emotional about this battle. When he saw the 4 people, he knew that he would definitely be able to kill them. Not far away, Chen Feng and Han Feiyu's faces were pale. They turned around and fled. Their legs were trembling, and they swayed as they ran. The 2 of them were scared out of their wits. Since you're already here, don't go back. Yifan arrived in front of them in a few steps. He stretched out his hand and pressed forward. Chen Feng died on the spot and fell heavily into the dust. Han Feiyu screamed in horror, "Don't kill me. It doesn't matter who you are. Your granduncle was killed because of me." "What? You?" Han Feiyu's face was ashen as he shouted in despair, "No. Elder Han is waiting for you down there." Yifan was very decisive. He pointed his finger and killed Han Feiyu completely. After cleaning up the scene, just as Yifan stood up, the sound of something slicing through the air came from the sky. An old man with white hair and a youthful complexion flew over with Zhang Wenchang and quickly landed. "Thank God you're safe and sound." Zhang Wenchang was very excited. He quickly ran over and said, "I've invited Elder Ma Yun. He'll send you off." Yifan was very touched. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'm very tough." "You?" At that moment, Elder Ma Yun's expression suddenly changed. He smelled blood and stared at Yifan. "You killed them all?" "They wanted to kill me. I had no choice but to fight back," Yifan answered calmly. This old man was no stranger to Yifan. 3 years ago, he was the one who brought Lu Yi and Zhang Wenchang back to the Jade Tripod Cave. He was also the one who first noticed Yifan's sacred body of the ancients. "You." Although Elder Ma Yun looked like an otherworldly immortal, he revealed a murderous intent at that moment. "Elder Ma Yun, I've always respected you. From the first time we met, I felt that you were a kind elder. I hope you won't let me down. I believe you know the truth and what's right and wrong." At that point, Yifan slowly rose into the air. The golden divine fire burned around his body, making him look like a god who had descended to the mortal world. He continued, "With my speed, you won't be able to stop me." You can actually cultivate?" Elder Ma Yun's face was full of shock. He mumbled to himself, "You're a sacred body of the ancients. You obviously can't cultivate, but you've already reached the life spring realm. Could the sacred fruit from the primordial forbidden grounds have such magical effects? This cultivation speed is terrifying. I was just lucky. Are you willing to join the Jade Tripod Grotto?" Elder Ma Yun's face was full of hope. "I appreciate your kindness, but I'm used to being free and undisciplined. I'm not suited to join any sect. Elder Ma Yun looked very regretful and sighed. We made a mistake that day. I can't believe we rejected you, Elder Ma. How are you going to handle today's matter? Yi Fan asked calmly. Below, Zhang Wenchang was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Yi Fan, who was shrouded in daze by the dazzling golden light. He found it hard to believe. I know those people's characters. Elder Ma Yun pondered for a while before saying, You should leave. Thank you, Elder. Yi Fan continued, I want to take Wenchang with me. Are you worried about him? Elder Ma Yun shook his head. Back then, I was the one who brought Wenchang and Yi back to the sect. I didn't take enough care of them. Today, I'll take Wenchang as my disciple. From now on, no one will dare to humiliate him. Then I'm relieved. Thank you, Elder Ma. Below, Zhang Wenchang felt like he was in a dream. Everything felt unreal. Elder, please don't tell anyone about me. Elder Ma Yun nodded. I understand. Yi Fan landed on the ground and approached Zhang Wenchang. Goodbye. I'll come back to see you in the future. Even after Yi Fan had left for a long time, Zhang Wenchang was still silently watching him leave. Even though you're a bit slow, you're kind. Being kind is a blessing. Elder Ma Yun walked over and patted Zhang Wenchang's shoulder. He then looked in the direction Yi Fan left with a blank expression. No one knew what he was thinking. 2 days later, Yi Fan heard that the Jiang clan and the Yaoguang sacred ground had teamed up and were about to enter the forbidden area of the barren antiquity. That terrifying forbidden area was located in the center of the Yan kingdom. People could go there from any direction. However, since the Jiang clan and the Yaoguang sacred ground had decided on the route, almost all the cultivators who heard the news chose that direction. Several days had passed. The cultivators from the Jiang clan and the Yaoguang sacred ground were staying in a small town outside the mountain. They still had no intention of leaving. The other cultivators could only wander around the mountain. Yi Fan originally wanted to go in alone, but after learning about the situation, he broke out in a cold sweat. He decided to follow the Yaoguang sacred ground and the Jiang clan. Let them face the danger first. I'll fish in troubled waters. The divine medicine was too tempting for him. No matter how dangerous it was, he had to get his hands on it. His biggest advantage was that he had eaten a divine fruit that could resist the curse of the forbidden area. Outside the mountain, many unfamiliar faces could be seen every day. More and more cultivators from the eastern barren territory were coming. In the past few days, Yi Fan had been wandering around the vicinity and obtained a lot of valuable information. Years ago, a celestial sect attacked the forbidden area of the barren antiquity, but it was completely annihilated. Since then, the forbidden area of the barren antiquity had become even more terrifying. It had a great influence on cultivators. It could restrict all supernatural powers, and even reduce powerful cultivators to mortals. This might be an opportunity for me. Yi Fan was not afraid. Instead, his eyes shone brightly. Another half a month passed. The Jiang clan and the Yaoguang sacred ground still hadn't moved. They seemed to be waiting for something. On this day, Yi Fan saw Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, Lin Jia, and Li Xiaoman from afar. They were protected by many cultivators from the Jiang clan and the Yaoguang sacred ground as they walked into the small town. Yi Fan frowned. He knew that the two clans must have known that these people had entered the forbidden area of the barren antiquity. They probably wanted to know more about the situation and even let them go with them. Dead, dead, everyone is dead. A white-haired old madman was crying and laughing outside the mountain. He kept repeating some words. Yi Fan walked up to him and asked, Old man, what are you talking about? Dead, dead, everyone is dead. As long as we enter the forbidden land, no one will be able to survive. He was crying and laughing at the same time. He was completely deranged as he said, I can already see rivers of blood and mountains of corpses, you. Yi Fan looked at him in bewilderment. Turn back, or you will die too. The old madman cried and laughed. He said, "Endless bones, mountains of corpses, and seas of blood, it is here again." Yi Fan was confused and could not understand what was going on. At this moment, an old woman silently appeared not far away. She stared blankly at the old madman and muttered to herself, "Could it be him? 6,000 years ago, didn't all the cultivators of the celestial sect die in the forbidden area of the barren antiquity? Why am I seeing him again?" When Yi Fan heard these words, he immediately felt a headache. "Endless bones, mountains of corpses, and seas of blood, it is here again." The white-haired old madman cried and laughed as he walked back and forth outside the mountain.